Hey, how's it going? I hope you're doing well. We're starting a new game tonight, and it's Professor Layton and the Diabolical box. Professor Layton and Pandora's box, as it's known over here in Europe. About a year ago, I think maybe just less. I want to say it was maybe in April, maybe March, April time, I think. I played the first Professor Layton game, and I enjoyed it. I liked Curious Village. I thought it was really good, so it's a good thing that when I got the Curious Village, I bought a whole bundle of all the Professor Layton games. So we have many more to go through, and we're hitting the second one tonight. We're starting that. Hey Loopy Boggy Manor, how are you doing today? So yeah, excited for some more puzzles. So let us get into it. Let's see if I have my 3DS open. So let's just get into it. Let's just start a new game. You doing good? That's good to hear. Yeah, I'm doing well, thanks. It's a work of fiction. The characters, groups, and events are fiction.
There are tales of a box that brings death upon any who dare open it. Tell me, do you think those rumors could be true?
Okay, good. That's on the right screen. Like, I haven't actually checked any of this. So I was like, shit. No, good. That's on the right screen.
Hey, look, there it is.
Nice.
Now this is what I call deluxe. Just look at this room.
Yes, I can certainly see why some call the Molenterry Express a cruise ship on rails.
This sofa's great.
Now, don't forget, Luke, a gentleman pays attention to his manners in every setting.
So I wonder if this whole game takes place on this train. I have a feeling it will, similar to how the Curious Village takes place in the village. Hey Adam, how are you doing?
So what's the story behind this Elysian box anyway? All who open it die? Sounds awfully fishy to me.
Perhaps so, but we've seen it happen with our very own eyes.
You doing
The
fine? That's
answer
good
is
to
out
hear.
there,
Yeah, I'm doing well,
but
thanks.
I just need to find it.
We will. I know it.
The Elysian box. So yeah, this is interesting because so over here in the UK and presumably the rest of Europe, this game's referred to as Professor Layton and
There was a
Pandora's
box that was
box.
rumoured to kill anyone who
But in
opened
America,
it.
it's Professor
At
Layton and the
first,
Diabolical
neither the
box.
Professor nor I believed
And
it.
I suspect it's a similar
But
case
all
to
that changed
Harry Potter
with
and the
arrival
Philosopher's
of a
Stone,
single
where
letter.
over here it's called Philosopher's Stone, but over in America it's called Sorcerer's Stone, because they reckon,
Look,
nah,
have a
Americans don't know what philosophers are. So, you know, they changed the name. It's like, nah, they don't know what Pandora's box is. They just change it to the Diabolical box. Love this game series when you were younger. Already having nostalgia for it. I was surprised I never got into this when I was younger. Like, that makes it sound like I had it, but I didn't get into it. But no, I never picked up the Professor Layton series when I was young. It's strange, because I did like my DS games. That was kind of like my console.
What's that, Professor?
It's a letter from my dear friend and mentor, Dr. Andrew Schrader.
Is everything alright?
I'm just gonna... The screens are gonna disappear for a second, but they'll come back. And they're back. I just wanted to swap which way I had them on my monitors.
My dear Herschel, as an archaeologist, you're sure to have heard of the item known as the Elysian box.
Obviously, yes.
Of course, it is more commonly known as Pandora's box, in reference to the famous myth. This nickname would appear to be well-deserved, since it is rumored to kill whoever opens it. I'm dubious of this
Professor Layton and the
of course,
Ark of the
but when
Covenant.
my interest is piqued, I simply must investigate. That's why I'm pleased as punch to tell you that the elusive item is finally in my possession.
I have
What's
opened
more,
it, and I am
believe
now
I'm on the
dead!
cusp of unraveling a great mystery tied to this box. For the moment, let's just say I have a theory, though I haven't been able to prove it yet. Initially, it was my intention to finish my research before daring to open its lid.
This
But
is how
I
this
must
letter ends.
confess that my curiosity is simply overpowering. In the unlikely event that anything should happen to me, please, finish the work I've started here.
This event sounds more likely
Your friend,
as this letter
Andrew
continues.
Schrader.
I reckon he's opened it.
According to the postmark, this letter was sent 2 days ago. We should go pay the doctor a visit. I just can't shake the feeling that something awful has happened.
Well, your intuition's usually spot on. I say we head out right away.
The Elysian box is an antique said to bring death upon anyone who dares open its lids. Its lid. It's a singular lid. According to rumours, the box has already claimed many lives and is known as Pandora's box in many parts of the world. Could such dark rumours be true? Luke, before we go, would you be so kind as to fetch my car keys? They're in one of the drawers in that desk. Will do, Professor! If there's something you wish to interact with, Luke, you only need to reach out and touch it. Luke must find the keys to Professor's car. Search by touching the drawers of the desk. Oh, there you go. Oh, here they are, Professor! You got Layton's keys. You can find items you pick up in Professor's trunk. Many thanks, Luke. Now, let's get moving. You do know how to move about, don't you, Luke? You bet I do! Let's see. First off, I touch the shoe in the bottom right corner. Then I just touch one of the little arrows that appear in that direction. That's exactly right. Anytime you wish to move, start by touching the shoe icon. Go on, try it out. That's the way, my boy. My boy. One can't investigate properly without first doing a little legwork, as they say. I couldn't agree more, Professor. Now, shall we head off? I thought we were on a train. Or is that a different... Oh, wait, no. This is a few days before. Yeah, that's what I was about to say, but then I got caught up in moving. I was like, I thought we were on a train. Oh wait, no. Moving. Before we set out, it would be wise of us to confirm the location of the doctor's flat. During one of his visits some time ago, he was kind enough to leave me a map to his home. The map itself, however, is a rather unusual piece of cartography. Look here, Luke. Oh, how clever! The map itself is a puzzle. Professor, do you mind if I take a crack at it? I just know I can solve this one. Right, first puzzle of the game. Already worried. I don't think I embarrassed myself too much with my Professor Layton and the Curious Village playthrough, but I'm always worried with another puzzle game that we're slowly gonna unravel the mystery of my mind. Several pieces have been cut out of the middle of the map to Dr. Schrader's home. Complete the map by sliding the puzzle pieces. I'm just gonna move my monitor a bit. And setting them into the right places. It may sound simple, but don't forget that you can move or remove pieces, including the one already in the middle of the map. Okay. Nope. Nope. Ooh, that looks good. That looks alright. No. Ah, there we go. Rate each puzzle rusty anchor out of 10.
Let's see if this works.
That's all I need. All I need is get the first puzzle right, and then it doesn't matter what happens throughout the rest of the playthrough. I haven't completely embarrassed myself. All about picker-outs. Picker-outs are points that indicate a puzzle's difficulty. The more picker-outs a puzzle is worth, the tougher it is. When you submit an incorrect answer for a puzzle, the number of picker-outs you can earn from that puzzle decreases, so think carefully before answering. Once you've completed the game and saved, go to the bonuses section and load your game file. From there, you can enter the top secret area, where a number of fun extras are waiting for you. The more picker-outs you earn, the more content you unlock. Excellent. With our destination confirmed, we are ready to pay the doctor a visit. Come now. I do believe we found the doctor's building. But which flat is his? That, I'm afraid, I don't know. But come to think of it, the letter I received did mention something about this place. Uh-oh, puzzle 2 already. This is bam 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 with the puzzles today. Find Dr. Schrader's window from the details in his letter. In the morning, thank you. In the morning, I often wake up to the sound of music drifting in from a nearby flat. Looking out, I spy a flag fluttering gently beneath. I lost where I was reading. Gently outside my window. Take a single sip of my tea and turn my attention to the morning sun. Not many flats in London have a view of the sunrise anymore, you know. Hey, Recursive, how are you doing? So he's got a flag outside his window. And music drifting from a nearby flat. So it's not the one with the guy singing. It's the one... I want to say the one underneath it. Maybe. Oh, no, it's not that one, because that's not in the sun. That one, I believe. Flag, near music, in the sun.
Consider this puzzle solved.
Yeah.
A true gentleman leaves no puzzle unsolved.
That's right, now you know where it is. Head for the doctor's home. Unless I'm mistaken, I think we found his flat. Now follow me, Luke, we're going up. I'd kind of melted the voices together a bit. The doctor, Professor Layton's quite well spoken. We're going up. Oh, I nearly forgot. Before we leave, let me remind you how to use the trunk. To open the trunk, just touch the icon in the top right corner of the screen. Inside there are all sorts of helpful functions and information filed away onto different icons. Touch an icon to use it. Save progress we've made during our investigation, touch the save icon. Touch the puzzle index icon to view all the puzzles we've encountered so far. Solved puzzles are marked with a tick, those we've yet to solve are blank. Puzzles we've already solved can be replayed by selecting them from this screen. The index also shows the locations of unsolved puzzles that we've tried, so that we may revisit them. Touch the journal icon to display my personal notes on key story events. So just touch the trunk icon whenever you need to access it. What's up, person? Hello there, mister. Never seen you around here before. Want to hear something useful? Alright, see that postbox over there? Try touching it with your stylus for me, will ya? Hint coins. Brilliant. That's a hint coin you found there. Ever been stuck trying to solve a puzzle? It's times like those when I bet you'd fancy a hint, yeah? Well, when that happens, you can trade in those shiny hint coins for hints. They're scattered all over the place, which means you should always be on the lookout for them. Use your stylus to touch anything that looks suspicious, okay? Good, well, that's all I had to say. You take it easy, mister. This is Dr. Schrader's flat, I'm sure of it. Dr. Schrader, are you home? It's Herschel Layton. I came as soon as I read your letter. Hello, are you there? Doctor? I don't hear anyone in there, Professor. What if he's... This is no time for idle speculation, Luke. We must get this door open first. It seems to be locked. So without a key, there's no way to get in. Ah, of course. How could I have forgotten? These keys were enclosed in the envelope along with the doctor's letter to me. Quick, Professor, let me try them on the door. You hanging? Huh? That's strange. It doesn't seem like any of these keys work on the lock. Luke, don't you see? The doctor has set us yet another puzzle to solve. I mean, it's one way to keep burglars out if you need to solve like a puzzle before you enter the home. Which of these keys opens the door? Use the stylus to move the keys and to find the one that fits. Careful observation of the shapes of the keys is required to find the right one. I'm assuming I have to like rotate one of the keys to what's it called? Right, there we go.
Here goes.
Yeah.
That was almost too easy.
That's right. How long did it take you to realise that the grips of the keys could also be inserted into the lock? It's a lesson about the danger of making assumptions to serve you well in your puzzle-solving adventures. Oh yeah, it's big brain time.
Professor!
Yeah, he hasn't done a good job of making it so we can get there quickly.
And true.
Fool
How could
opened
this
the
have
box.
This is terrible, Professor. Do you suppose the Elysian box did this to Dr. Schrader when he opened it?
I honestly don't know, Luke. But that can wait. Right now, we need to notify the police.
Of course, Professor.
What do we have here? A train ticket for the Momentary Express.
Look at this, Professor. There's no destination written on the ticket. I've never seen a ticket that didn't say where it was taking you. How strange.
Yes, very strange indeed.
So something actually really cool, and I'm genuinely surprised that I actually even have this, because I just bought all these games as like a lot on eBay, so I'm surprised they came in actually really good condition. But in the game case, you get your own little Momentary Express ticket, and that's pretty cool. And apparently there's a puzzle where you see the destination and you have to manipulate the ticket or something. So it's very cool. Love things like it's very interesting. I'm surprised and glad that I have it, because buying things on eBay you might not get stuff like that, but that's really neat. Single ticket with no visible destination was discovered in Dr. Schrader's home. It appears to be for the Momentary Express, but where exactly is it supposed to take its bearer?
Excuse me.
What? Huh? Hey, it's you!
Well, Inspector Chelmey's the name. You two found the body, did you?
Oh,
What in the blazes? No, Luke. Let him go.
Get off me!
Luke, stop that. That's his face. Listen, Dad, Luke.
Show yourself, imposter! Oh my gosh, his face doesn't come off. He's the real thing.
What in the blazes? That's my face, not some piece of taffy.
I'm so sorry, sir. I didn't mean it. We're sure we had another imposter on our hands.
What in the world is this child talking about? I swear, young ones these days have no manners. My apologies for the confusion. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Herschel Layton. I'm a professor of archaeology at Gressenheller University.
And I'm his apprentice, Luke.
Interesting. So if I understand correctly, you keep a child around as an apprentice, do you? Not at all, sir. In truth, he's...
Professor Layton's apprentice, like I said.
Well, it's really none of my concern. I have a crime scene that needs my attention. Clear a path, will you? But of course. Luke, not a word about that ticket to the authorities, all right?
You got it, Professor.
Yes. Let's see. What do we have here? A murder? Or was the crime self-inflicted? Inspector, I should tell you that the door was locked before Luke and I came in. I see. So this door, the sole entry point in and out of this 8th floor flat, was shut tight. Then the doctor was holed up in here, completely apart from the outside world, yes? That being the case, yes, I'm sure of it. The old gent must have suffered a heart attack.
What? How did you come to that conclusion, sir?
Use your noodle.
There was like a little thing that came up on my touch screen, and I had to circle the word heart attack.
It's true that the flat...
In truth, I spent many a hint coins on it.
Inspector. Still, I'd hesitate to say that this room was completely closed off from the outside. Is that so? Please elaborate. Isn't it obvious? There's something quite unusual about our crime scene that's been overlooked. Eh? It's as plain as the nose on your face, Inspector. I suppose you academics think your fancy degrees prepare you to play detective, eh? I tell you, nowadays, it seems like everybody and their mum thinks they can do my job. Now, as I was saying, the cause of death was heart failure, plain and simple. And there's what caused it. is
I feel like he'd be kind of used to having
it's
that
a
around.
scaled-down model of a Kronosaurus, if I'm not mistaken.
I reckon that ugly mug will give anyone nightmares. Here's what probably happened. The old fellow turned on a light, took one look at the beast, and then keeled right over.
This is the doctor's own home. Why would the bird
See?
he put
Yeah.
up himself scare him?
People have a way of becoming forgetful with age. Not that you'd understand, boy.
Well, you're right about that. I don't understand it at all.
Mr. Layton, was it? No? Ah, yes, Layton. Mr. Layton, what do you think?
The scenario you paint certainly isn't out of the realm of possibility. But, considering the lights were off when we entered the room, I don't think we've found our answer yet.
Oh, really?
Furthermore, look around you, Inspector. Doesn't anything strike you as odd?
What do you mean, Professor?
Study your surroundings, Luke. I'm sure you can see it too.
A secure room. Given that the doctor's flat is on the 8th floor and that the door was securely locked, you might think that there was no way in or out of this room. However, a single suspicious detail provides a clue as to what went on here. Look in all 4 directions and examine the room carefully. When you think you found a telltale detail, circle it with a stylus and touch submit. And be sure to circle only one object or else your answer won't count. Oh, okay. You can, like, make notes now. No. I don't think I can quit this puzzle. You struggled with this puzzle, damn. Oh, I'm worried. Single detail. And literally all I can think of is the open window. But I feel like that's almost too obvious. Ooh. No. Let's see if there's anything like on the floor. I think that's the thing. I think the fact that it's like, oh, it's on the 8th floor. It's just like, it's not the window. Don't put the window. Like, it's on the 8th floor for a reason. You can't get out the window. Or you can't get in the window. But I don't know. That's what I think. It's definitely wrong, but I'm putting the window. Okay, yeah.
Here goes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm stumped.
If you're stumped, think about how the assailant could have fled the scene. The window? What do you mean? Straight out the window. Could have fled the scene. I don't know. They could have like hid in the sarcophagus. A single suspicious detail. Right. I don't know, my thinking is like, why would you put these like two desks or drawers like next to, like right in front of each other? Because surely that blocks the access to the one behind it, I guess.
Leave it to me.
No.
Looks like I botched that one.
I think I'll give it a few more tries. Or at least I'll spend my own hint coin, I don't know. I'm gonna be just the policeman, is it? Think about how they could have fled the room. Again, window, door. I've looked on the. I tried looking on the floor anyway. Haven't seen any like suspicious floorboards. And can't quite tell what that is under the desk. Or just circle the whole thing. You go. There's something suspicious in that general area. Like, circle the policeman. You see how, like, what exactly they let you circle? Because I imagine with this, they let you circle probably quite a bit. Is it? I mean, that bottle looks out of place. But it's like, the bottle looks out of place. I don't get what they could have used that. Have we reached circle everything? We're not far off that, I fear. You know, maybe I should try the other window.
Let's see if this works.
Ah, it was the other window.
That was almost too easy.
Because that's nice. That's, it had the torn curtain, I'm guessing. Yeah, well spotted. For some reason, part of the curtain has been ripped clean off. Could have happened here.
Of course! This window is missing a curtain.
I was thinking that at some point. He's just hidden in the sarcophagus.
So it is. But what exactly does this have to do with my crime scene?
Nothing, I just thought it looked nice.
It means someone exited the building through this window, and I'll bet they're our culprit.
I'd say that's a sound theory. Well done, my boy.
Oh, yes. Sound as a pound. I was just about to propose the same idea myself.
Liar!
Shh, Luke, listen. I don't believe our friend the inspector will be of much help to us. What say you and I conduct a little investigation of our own?
Professor, look! There's something in Dr. Schrader's hand.
Doritos.
It's an old photograph, but it's been torn into so many pieces, I can't make out the original image.
Torn fragments of a photograph were found in the late doctor's hand. In its current state, it is impossible to make out the contents of the photo. What could it be depicting?
Hey, what's the big idea? You can't just point evidence in a crime scene. Get your hands off that... what is this anyway? Not that it matters. I'll be holding on to that. Now, out with the both of you.
You found a torn photo, but Inspector Chelmy confiscated it.
Oh, but we haven't finished.
Oh, I want to look at the dead body some more. Dr. Schrader indicated that he was in possession of the Elysian box, but there was nothing resembling such an artifact in his home. Maybe the person who did this to him was after the box. An interesting theory, Luke, but for the moment that's all it is. A game theory, however. We do have one clue to understanding today's events, namely that ticket. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Professor? Indeed I am, Luke. I believe that a trip aboard the Voluntary Express is in order. Somebody managed to steal the Elysian box from Dr. Schrader's home without leaving behind a single implicating clue. Who could have made off with the box? My hair's acting wild today. Sorry, let me be vain for a second. Perfect. Do you suspect we'll find the key to unlocking this mystery on the train? Dr. Schrader did his best to point us towards the Voluntary Express. Should something happen to him. Sure as fog on a Monday morning, I would know that this train will lead us to the answers we seek.
Professor Layton and Luke sped away from the city, unaware of the secrets that awaited them down those iron tracks.
Sure. Ooh. We have to get rid of somebody's old file. Uh-oh. Now, do we get rid of me, Jackie, or Jackie, who got stuck at exactly the same point? Oh, sorry, Jackie. This is my file now. Gosh, just look at this place, Professor. It's so fosh? It's so posh. I feel I should be wearing a monocle. Haha, quite so, Luke. Every fixture and fitting is at the very height of decadence. I'd wager the rest of the train is just as grand. How about a little exploration? Right, let's explore this train. Look at that, Luke. Your bag is wide open and your belongings are all scattered about. Oops, so they are. You should put your things away before we start exploring the train. Puzzle. Pack your suitcase. Luke's belongings are all over the place and need to be packed away in his trunk. Use the stylus to move objects into the trunk, making sure that none of them overlap. When everything has been placed neatly in the trunk, touch submit. I don't know if there's a way to rotate. Is this when the Dementors attack? Maybe. Oh, go away. You can go up in the corner for a minute. I guess I can't rotate them then, which is odd, but whatever. feel like I should be able to, but... Oh, I hadn't even seen this. Not far off, but not quite. See, this is a slightly nicer puzzle in terms of getting the picker apps, because it's like, no, I know when I'm done. It's not like it could be a lot meaner. It's like, oh, for every for the longer you take, it takes away your picker apps. And no, it's just, oh, I'll know when I'm finished. I really wish I could rotate it. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like I should be able to rotate them, but I don't think I can. Or just, okay. I was like, maybe if I just do that, I can get a slightly clearer view on things. That looks very close to being right. There we go.
Here goes. That was almost too easy.
Right, now let's do some exploring. No, more puzzles! These lamps will put me at ease in the evening. Good to know, I guess. Remember, Luke, we're here to find the Elysian box, so don't get too sidetracked. You don't have to tell me twice, Professor. Now, why don't we start by investigating the train? The Professor and Luke decided to explore the Voluntary Express. I hear the rooms at the front of the train are so super duper fancy, the doorknobs are made of gold, but no one's allowed to except for really rich people. So misters, are you really rich? Because if you are, you can go see the super duper fancy rooms. Super duper fancy rooms? None but the extremely wealthy can enter. Our young friend is correctly informed there must be a set of deluxe rooms in the next carriage. Wow, I'd love to see what those look like. I bet they're simply smashing. I bet they're smashing.
Yes, I suppose these accommodations will do. I do hope my darling boy will be pleased. That reminds me, I believe it's dinner time for my sweet baby. I'm off to visit the dining car.
Gosh, that woman was just the type I'd expect to see on the Voluntary Express. Talk about rich and flashy. Quite, this train is full of many well-heeled patrons, like the woman we just met. We must watch our deeds and words here. A formal setting demands formal manners, don't you think? Fuck that! Dining car 5. I'm dreadfully sorry, sir, but I'm afraid all the seats in our fine establishment are taken right now. What a pity. Indeed it is, sir. But while you're waiting for a table, may I interest you in a puzzle? No. 4 couples. 4 couples sit in a crowded dining car. All diners are sitting next to or across from their partners. The Joneses are sitting by the aisle. The mustachioed Mr. O'Connor is sitting next to his wife. Mr. Lambert is sitting opposite his wife. Using the information above, can you determine where Mrs. Hadley is sitting? Circle her and touch submit. Okay. So, the Joneses are sitting by the aisle, so they are either them or them. The mustachioed Mr. O'Connor is sitting next to his wife, so I don't think I see a mustache on the guy in the bottom right. So B is Mr. O'Connor and A is Mrs. O'Connor, which means I'm assuming by it says the Joneses. That means they're both sitting in the aisle. So that would be C and G. So Mr. Lambert is sitting opposite his wife, which would mean he's Mr. H. So Mrs. Hadley, I believe, is it E?
This should do the trick.
Yeah.
And there we have it.
That's right. Mustachioed Mr. O'Connor is sitting next to his wife, so all the people on the left must be sitting next to their spouse. Mr. Lambert is sitting opposite his wife, so he must be sitting at the right-hand table. The Joneses are sitting by the aisle, so they must be C and G. That leaves E and F as the Hadleys. That's exactly right, sirs. They say nothing whets the appetite like a hearty puzzle. Oh, and it appears a table has just become available. Allow me just a moment to tidy it up, and then I'll be happy to escort you to your seats. Great, I'm starving. I've already forgotten her voice, but I know it's one that I'm not going to be able to do. Oh, good, our table is finally ready. We'll be just taking our seats then. Madam, please wait just a moment. In truth, these passengers have been waiting long. Nonsense! We'll not hear another word of this. You take these people before us? We are insulted. I do apologize, madam. It's simply that these gentlemen arrived before you. We will not be kept waiting, do you understand? Not a single second. Now out of our way. Madam. Talk about pushy. I do apologize, sirs. There's a lovely observation deck in the last carriage of the train. Please feel free to relax there for a few minutes while I prepare a new table for you. Maintaining one's composure while dealing with difficult customers is truly admirable. Come, Luke. Let's give him some breathing room. We'll take a look at the deck and return to the dining car later. I'll talk to her. Oi, you took my table. Goodness me, there's no need to look so put out. Don't you know that ladies always go first? Especially ladies of a certain class like, me. I'm not sure if class is the word she meant to use there. This is one nice dining car. I'll bet even the kitchen's really posh. What do you think? Well, that door on the left seems to lead to the kitchen. What do we say we take a look for ourselves? Are we allowed in the kitchen? Wow, just look at all the stuff there is to eat. Yes, it seems that the Momentary Express is a first-class operation, right down to the kitchen. Oh my! Passengers in the kitchen! I'm sorry, but we just can't have that. It's dirty clothes of yours probably violate all sorts of health regulations, you know. Why? I'll have you know there's nothing dirty about our clothes. Say what you like short stuff, but that doesn't change the fact I'm running a kitchen here. Did you stop to think about what could happen if yucky outside germs made it in here because of you? I see your point. Terribly sorry for the intrusion and any worry you may have caused you, good sir. Oh, alright. I'm sorry too, sir. Wait, what's that? Professor, look! It seems our friend the cook has been keeping a pet in the kitchen. How arrogant of him to lecture other people about germs. Oh boy, I guess the cat's out of the bag now. Listen, I know it's against the rules to keep a pet in the kitchen. He's my only friend, see? Furry or not, he's the only creature I've got to talk to in here. My, he certainly is generously proportioned, isn't he? He is one hecking chonker. He's a hamster, I presume. Of course he's a hamster. Their quiet dignity makes them the noblest of all creatures. When I first started working here, I needed someone to keep him company, so I bought him. Thing is, I feed him all the table scraps we take back, which makes for a diet that's a bit, rich. He's really piled on the pounds, and to be honest, I'm starting to wonder if it isn't bad for his health. The poor thing! I wonder, could I ask you a favour? Do you mind looking after my friend for a little while? He's here with me, I can't help but feed him, but those scraps of foie gras and pastry soon add up. You mean you want us to take care of him and help him get into shape? Sounds like a great idea to me. I mean, what do you think, Professor? Can we please keep him for a little while? Well, I've always said that helping rodents in need is among the duties of every true gentleman. Do you say that frequently, Professor? It's not the catchiest of sayings. And I can't imagine it comes up quite a lot. We'd be happy to take custody of this hamster until he sheds some of that excess baggage. Oh, thank you so much. It's a real weight off my shoulders. And off his waist, hopefully. The hamster minigame has been added to the trunk. You can check on the hamster by touching the hamster icon inside of the professor's trunk. Oh, one more thing. Since I won't be seeing the little fellow for a while, to give him this apple. He loves them so. You got a new hamster toy. Use this apple to get your hamster to help you get. Yeah, you know what it said. Oh, I'm going to miss my furry friend. Please look after him. Don't worry, he's in good hands. Give a name to the hamster? Well, I wasn't expecting this. Chat, what should we name our hamster? I didn't know we get to keep a pet hamster in the game. That was quite a gosh, hamster. Sure. Hamster. Luke has named the portally hamster Hamster. Okay, little chap, from now on, anywhere I go, you'll go too. Haha, it appears that your way with animals has earned you a new friend, Luke. I think so too, Professor. Well, now I go to what the hamster minigame is. Use any items you can get hold of to help that sluggish hamster get back into shape. Items at your disposal are shown at the top of the touchscreen. Drag items with the stylus to position them in the hamster's playground. Hamster notice any items within 3 spaces of his position. Don't react to any items 4 or more spaces away, so really think about where you place items. Touch an item to see the properties it has. Take advantage of the special properties of each item to maximize the hamster's workout. Place all items where you want them and touch exercise to get the hamster moving. Once the hamster interacts with an item, it disappears from the playground. His workout ends when all items are gone or when he can't find the next item. Each time the hamster walks the number of steps listed as his goal, he'll get a little healthier. You can get the hamster to his peak physical condition, something good will happen. Are you trying to name it after the previous person's file? Okay, well, I don't think I can get 8 steps with just the apple. This is what the professor thinks of all the goings on. What's in this? Is this way to the observation deck? Welcome aboard, sirs. May I interest you in your refreshing beverage or a scrumptious snack? Thank you, but I don't think we need any snacks right now. Of course you don't. And I put on my best smile for nothing. Most passengers eat in the dining car, so richly I can't say I blame them. Competition like that, it's hard to sell so much as a cup of tea. I'm so bored. Got a while until my shift finishes, so help me pass a little time with this puzzle, would you? The Pile of Pancakes 1. Ooh, recurring puzzles. Here's a tasty puzzle for you. Can you move the pile of pancakes from the blue plate on the left to the red plate on the right? Wait though, it's not as easy as it sounds. You must follow these rules. You can only move one pancake at a time, not place a pancake on top of another pancake that is smaller than itself. I'm almost certain that they used this exact puzzle in a, what's it called, in the previous one. Hey Hydraulics, how are you doing? It looked like I was playing a bootleg Pokemon game.
Just leave it to me. Layton's apprentice strikes again.
Delicious. This puzzle is actually a variant of the famous Tower of Hanoi puzzle, invented by a French mathematician all the way back in 1883. Cool. Tuck that one in your knowledge banks. Whoa, check out the brain on you, kiddo. So listen, our next stop is in this dinky little 2-cow village called Dropstone, right? There's like nothing there. I wish we could stop somewhere more exciting for a change. But I guess that's working a job for you. Sometimes you just have to deal with the crippling boredom. I don't know if I'm heading the right way to the observation deck. Yes, I am. Good. My, what a lovely deck. Wow, this is the best. This breeze feels great. Indeed, and the scenery is simply breathtaking. Look, Luke, you can see a lake over there. The sky is so blue, and just look at those trees fly by. Now that's what I call a view. All this talk of pristine scenery reminds me of a puzzle I once heard. Why don't you try it? Why don't I? Trees in the forest. The forest below contains 4 different types of trees. Use the stylus to divide the forest into 4 sections, each containing 1 of each type of tree. Ah, okay, 1 of each type, okay. I was like, I kind of reworded that in my own mind and went like, make it so that they're all the same type in each section. I just looked at like these 3 and I was like, how am I going to do that? Oh wait, that's not right. That's not going to be right either. Nope. Clear that. Yeah. I think that's all good. Yeah.
Let's see if this works. That was almost too easy.
Very nice. Now take a moment to admire the gorgeous scenery. That's exactly it. Well done. Well, did you expect any less, Professor? Hehehe. Ha 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 ha. Wow, it feels so nice out here. I almost forgot we're supposed to be searching for the Elysian box. I can't say I blame you, Luke. But that poor box led poor Andrew to his death. Come what may, I will solve this mystery. Of course. I think we finally have a good grasp of this train's layout. It's high time we began our investigation proper. Okay, Professor, let's get to it! The Professor and Luke decided to stop mucking about and actually do some investigation work. But not after a puzzle! Look at that, someone's left some rubbish on the deck here. Some people have got no manners. Luke, a true gentleman, cleans up after himself, and others should the need arise. What do you say we take care of this mess? Puzzle 22. Put rubbish away. Put that rubbish into the bin where it belongs. Move the blocks obstructing your path and slide the pile of rubbish into the bin at the bottom of the screen. Okay. Oh gosh, it's counting my moves. Like, I need to get this out of there now. I don't think it's supposed to take you 70 to 80 moves, Professor. Hush. Hush, Luke. I don't know what I'm doing. In case you couldn't tell. I shouldn't have restarted it that one time because I feel like now I've gotten even further away from the solution. Yeah, I thought I had it for a bit, but I think I've now lost it. I don't know how to get it back. Whatever I did that one time, I feel like just no idea how to do it again. There was definitely like a point where I felt I was close. Don't remember what I did. Oh. Oh. Ah! Just wait till it goes, oh, you can actually do this in this many steps, and just embarrasses me. I just get like hitting the same points over and over again. Okay, well I managed to get that in there. Now how can I get the how can these two swap places? There's probably maybe even a few of you who've like figured out what I'm supposed to be doing. And I'm just like, no! Just do this idiot! Try swapping the green at the top with the yellow. Bullshit now, I'm so mad. I can keep getting this yellow block in, but I can't get like... Can't get the actual block that matters in. And now at this point I'm like terrified to restart it because I may never get back to this spot ever again. Yes!
This should do the trick. Ha! Wonderful.
Yeah. Don't let her, kids. It's not cool. And that was another recurring puzzle, so there'll be more of them.
There's nothing like travel by rail to put a spring in your step.
I couldn't agree more. And there's no better way to do it than on a train as fine as yours, Mr. Beluga.
So you know my name, do you?
But of course.
He sounds upset by that.
Have quite a reputation in London. I've seen your face in the papers more than a few times.
Oh, is that so now? I'm sorry, my friend, but I can't say I know you as well as you seem to know me.
The name is Herschel Layton. I'm a professor of archaeology by trade, but a train enthusiast on the side. I've heard tales of this train's grandeur, so I decided it was time to experience it firsthand.
Well, isn't that something? It certainly is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Layton, was it? Oh my, just look at how late it's gotten. I really have to run. Do enjoy your time.
No, everyone puts disrespect on his name. Like, everyone goes Mr. Layton, as if he doesn't introduce himself as a professor every single time. No respect. Say, Professor, does that little shack over there seem familiar to you? Indeed, unless I'm mistaken, this must be the residence of you-know-who. I have a feeling she'll be a big help to us again. Why don't we head back to the dining car now, Luke? I've worked up quite an appetite. I don't know what this bit is, right? It's just like, we should go to the dining car. And then a little text box saying, they decide to go to the dining car. Cool. Welcome back, sirs. My deepest apologies for the long wait. Let me show you to your seats. Great, it's finally time to eat. My sentiments exactly. Wow, look at all these choices. It's enough to make my head spin. Oh, look over there. There's some sort of commotion going on. You call this haughty cuisine? The waiter just had to say something. And it was like, come on, I haven't had a line in ages. I call it slop. Are you telling me to serve this to our customers? I'll make it up. I'll make up some more right away, sir. Get that mess out of my sight this instant. But of course, I'm very sorry to have displeased you. And another thing, look at these vases and take that picture. Talk about tacky. Replace them immediately. But sir, that piece is a quintessential work by the world-renowned. I don't care if the Queen of England painted it. Replace it and be quick about it. Disclaimer, not going to be able to do that character's voice anymore because it's already getting to my throat. Of course, sir. I'll start making the arrangements immediately. You can tell I'm not a voice actor by trade. I tap out way too quickly for that. Isn't that the man we saw earlier? I don't think I've ever seen anyone so bossy and loud. That was indeed Mr. Beluga. It's a shame that picture wasn't to his taste. I think it's marvellous. Speaking of pictures, Luke, I have the most intriguing puzzle for you. A work of art. The drawing below is made up of a set of curved lines that intersect to create sections. If you want to colour the entire canvas so that no section touches a section of the same colour, what's the fewest number of colours you can use? You can use a colour as many times as you like, as long as it doesn't touch a section with the same colour. When you have your answer, touch input answer and enter the number of colours. Gosh. Right. This is one for the memo. Now, what do they mean by touching? Because are these two touching, or is that? Right. Well, let's just try it like this. Start off with. You won't be able to put 2 there, so that was a terrible 3. I think that's right. I mean, a minimum of 3.
Let's see if this works.
Yeah.
Layton's apprentice strikes again.
Not quite how I did it, but good enough. Hello there, sorry to interrupt your game, but there's something important you should know. As you progress through the story, some puzzles will disappear from their original locations. These puzzles are then moved to Granny Riddleton's shack, where they can be solved at any time. Here is the first set of puzzles to be sent to the shack. No puzzles appear on the next screen, it means there are no unsolved puzzles to send her right now. A sour defeat and a strip of paper, okay. What do we have here? My boy, my sweet little boy, you've got to do something right this instant. Search the entire train. Madam, please calm down so I can understand the situation. Oh, Inspector Chelmy, I had no idea you were on board. Oh well, if it isn't Mr. Layton, what are the chances, eh? Oh, enough small talk, I have other matters to attend to, namely a missing child. It seems this woman's child has gone off somewhere. I don't suppose you've seen him around. No, I don't believe I've seen any young boys. My little boy wandered off and he hasn't returned yet. I am simply at my wit's end worrying about him. Gentlemen, I demand that you drop whatever it is you're doing and help me find my boy. She's been going on like this from the moment I walked in. I understand your concern, madam. My assistant and I will be glad to aid you in your search. We'll have the best chance of recovering your son if we start searching immediately. Are you still here? If you have time to stand around talking, hurry up and bring my boy back. Seems the only clues we have to go on are this shoe that the tyke left behind, and his name, Tom. I tried to squeeze more details out of the woman, but it's useless. She just keeps demanding I search the place. This is one of Tom's shoes. It's positively tiny, isn't it? Yes, I find it quite curious myself, Luke. Very puzzling indeed. I didn't think children with feet that size could even walk. Indeed. Calling it now, he's not a child. It's not a human. Because this is definitely some sort of, like, you know, weird animal lady. While riding on the Momentary Express, Babette's little boy, Tom, managed to disappear. If the shoe he left behind is any indication, Tom must be a very young child. Like a child that small have wandered off to on his own. He's the chunky hamster, yeah. Excuse me, madam, have you seen one small boy wandering around here? He would be missing his shoe. No, can't say I have. There's no way I'd forget seeing a boy with only one shoe. I see. Well, thank you very... Oh, while we're on the topic of shoes, maybe you could help me with a little predicament of my own. The shoe maze. Sometimes you just see the puzzle and you just immediately go, ah! This looks overwhelming. Here's a maze that's made up of shoes. Your task is to travel from the start point to the goal. You may only travel horizontally or vertically one space at a time, and you must alternate between left and right shoes every step. Also, you may not pass through any of the walls in the maze. Touch each space one at a time to highlight the path you want to take. If you make a misstep, you can deselect that space by touching it again. Okay. I don't think I can do that. Nope.
And now to test my theory. And there we have it.
That was some fancy footwork. Well, blow me down. You've got quite the brainy bonce underneath that hat. Professor, the sugar is covered with ants. Oh dear, I'll have to remember to get sugar from my tea elsewhere. Curious though, isn't it? How did they get here? Speaking of ants, try this one for size. Nah, that puzzle's boring me already. Busy ants work tirelessly carrying food back to their nests. One such ant was returning with food when she bumped into an acquaintance in the front of the nest. What are you playing at? Didn't you notice that you took the longest path possible back to the nest? Think about where you're going next time. Knowing that the ants never travelled on the same path twice, can you trace the route the returning ant walked to get to her nest? Sure, why not?
Let's see if this works.
That's why not.
I'm stumped.
This is my favourite type of like incorrect clue it gives you, when it just goes, no, try again, dumbass. It doesn't go, you know, it doesn't actually give you a hint, it just goes, come on, try that one. Think a little bit harder, mate. Try it again. Right, so that's like 11 small lines. This was the one I did first. 1, 2, 3, 3. 12, so that's 12. So I've gotten it or down or up, I guess, a little bit more, I suppose. Two, three, four. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 12 again. I definitely had 11 at some point, or unless I miscounted. 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, that was only 10, so...
Just leave it to me.
No! Oh, okay.
Looks like I botched that one.
Right. Even fewer than 10. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, come on, this has got to be it.
Here goes.
Yes, there we go.
Layton's apprentice strikes again.
That's right. All the heavy lifting kept this little ant from thinking about her path home. If she only thought about where she was going, she could have saved herself a lot of walking. Ugh, excuse me. Oh wait, we're not. Okay. I was still like, oh yeah, but no, we're going back to our room now to have a rest. It's like, no, okay, no, we're looking for Tom. Oh man, I am dog food. What's the matter, mister? What? Oh, hey. Oh, okay, so I snuck into my uncle's room and borrowed his camera, right? Thing is, then I dropped it. I've been here trying to find all the pieces for like an hour. I've only found one. Well, maybe if I woke up a bit. That's quite the predicament. Yeah, and if word gets out about this wrecked camera, I'm gonna catch major flack from the boss man. Whoa, brain flash incoming. Dig this. I'm gonna give you this busted hunk of junk. You do with it what you want. Just get rid of the thing, will ya? Okay, catch you on the flip side. What? Hey, come back here. The camera minigame has been added to the trunk. You got a squarish part. Use it to rebuild the camera in the professor's trunk. The camera option has been added to the trunk. Reassemble the broken parts of the camera there. To access it, touch the trunk icon, touch the camera icon. You know how this goes. Wonder what kind of luxuries there are in that cart. Oh, they're right there, man. Sammy Thunder says entrance to this carriage is for VIPs only, capiche? No, I know you'd like a sneaker peek, but the whole carriage has been booked. That's no-go. People who reserve rooms in this carriage must be super rich mega tycoons. Indeed, I wonder what it must be like to have that much space to do yourself on a train of this caliber. Well, for now, I suppose you'll just have to keep wondering, eh, Professor? Ha 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 ha! Yes, quite. This was shit. Looks like there's no one here at the moment. Let's check again later. What's this? Something's falling behind here. It appears to be a cap of some sort, but I don't think I can reach it from here. Maybe the cap belongs to Tom. We certainly shouldn't rule out that possibility. Oh hey, since we're on the subject of caps, have you ever heard this one, Professor? A teacher had everyone in her class close their eyes. While none of the students were looking, she slipped caps on their heads. I said, stop fucking yawning, it's only 9:30. Okay, everyone, open your eyes and look at your friends, caps. Whoever sees 4 or more people wearing red caps gets a red balloon, and whoever doesn't gets a blue balloon. In a class of 10 children, only some got a red balloon, but how many? Right, okay. Whoever sees 4 or more people wearing a red cap gets a red balloon. This is one of those math ones. Okay, so only some got a balloon, so we know it wasn't 10. We know 10. We know everybody didn't have a red cap on, and we know nobody. We know not nobody had a cap on. So it's not 0 and it's not 10. It also can't be 1 to 3. It has to have been at least 4. Wait. Whoever sees 4 more people wearing red caps gets a red balloon. This is one of the ones where all you get to do is just watch the cogs in my brain whir for a few minutes, whilst I just try and like fail to explain any process of thinking. So if before one child was blind, so he didn't see any caps, thus they were the only one. They got a blue balloon. Wait. Okay. I feel like we're missing information, because it doesn't say like there are exactly 4 hats. Because my kind of thinking is like, okay, well if there are only 4 hats, then everyone but the 4 kids with the hats on would see them. Because, the 6 other kids would see the 4 kids with the hats. But then the 4 kids would only see the 3 kids because they don't see themselves. But it doesn't say that there's 4 hats. So if they're like, even if there were just 5 hats, then everyone gets a balloon. Oh, if there are 5 hats, everyone gets a balloon, but it says only some got a balloon. So, what was the answer I came to? It was 6, I think. Because the 4 kids wearing the hats wouldn't see 4, they'd only see 3. I'm going for it.
Consider this puzzle solved.
Yes.
A true gentleman leaves no puzzle unsolved.
That's right. You know that only some children got red balloons. If 5 or more children were wearing a red cap, every child in the class would see at least 4 red caps and get a red balloon. So it must be fewer than 5, but if 3 or fewer children were wearing red caps, no one would see 4 red caps. Therefore, 4 children must have had red caps, meaning that the other 6 children receiving red balloons, or received red balloons. Yay! Drat, I was sure I could stump you with that one. Better luck next time, Luke. And now we'd better return to searching for that lost little boy. Oh right, yep, better get back to that. Now that you mention it, how do you suppose Tom managed to worm his way into such a tight space? Good question. You got a puzzle for me, Chef? Oh, that was bad, even for Mr. Beluga. Do you mean he always blows up at you like that? Well, me or someone else on the staff. The boss can be a very hard man to please. That's awful. You and the others shouldn't have to put up with him bullying you like that. You should form a union. Well, the boss does have a point. After all, he made this railway what it is today. He always says the first-class train delivers a first-class atmosphere. I mean, even the places we use in the dining car are custom-made. The craftsmanship is amazing. Take a look at the fine detail on the bottom. On your plate. The plate in front of you bears a mark made of made up of two equilateral triangles, one inside the other. You work out how many times bigger the large triangle is than the smaller one. If I said no, would that be an acceptable answer? I mean, I just want to say 2. Is that, you know, kind of no working out, just pure instinct, just 2. It's 2 times bigger. Let's go. Because it doesn't look like it could be any more than 2 times. You know, if you like take these edges that'd be the same size, you know, and then both these sides, they look like they could be this. You know, if you added them together, you'd get this. So yeah, fuck it. How many times bigger is the large? Yeah.
Let's see if this works.
Nope.
Looks like I botched that one.
Focus your attention on the small triangle. 3 then. You can't get lower than 2. I'm still convinced it's 2. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, this does now to feel like guesswork, but
Just leave it to me. Whoops, that wasn't right.
yeah. If I put 4, I'm slowly working my way up. It'll get there eventually. This isn't gonna be some, like, you know, illusion. Is like, haha, they are actually the same size. See, now I feel like I can't put 4, even if I do think 4 is the answer, because it does just make it seem like I'm just going, oh, fine, I'll just count the fucking number, you know, is it 2? No. 3? No. 4? No. But, but that's what I think it is now.
Just leave it to me.
Okay. If it wasn't 4, I would have been completely lost. That's right, if you imagine that the small triangle is inverted as shown, it should only take a moment to realise that the 4 small triangles would fit into a larger one. Oh. Ah, okay. We were supposed to do like a sort of Triforce thing. Oh. Oh, it's just where the hat was. That other game's like, stop poking around in there. You're done. This Granny Riddleton's. Oh no, this is Babette's room. How could she sleep at a time like this? I imagine she tired herself out fretting over her child's disappearance. Come, Luke, the sooner we find the lad, the sooner we can put this poor lady's mind at ease. Not before we loot the room. Oh, take a look at this, Professor. It's food scraps, if I'm not mistaken. Do you suppose Tom wandered into the kitchen to grab something to eat? Well, it is possible, though if that's the case, the child certainly is lacking in the manners department. Is this really a dress or a tent? God damn, Luke, you a savage. Wow, that flower vase looks like it cost a pretty penny. Lovely decorations really do wonders for a room, don't they? Doubly so in the case of flowers. Tell me, Luke, what do you think of flowers like these? Crazy daisies. Now for something on the flowery side. The three pictures labelled A, B and C, one is actually the same as the picture on the far left. However, the image on the far left has had its contents flipped left to right and its colours inverted and changed to black and white. Of A, B and C, which picture is the same as the black and white picture on the far left? Okay. So they've been inverted and turned to black and white. Okay, well I feel like we can easily say it's not C. Because it's got like the proportions of the what's it called? The the little circles in the middle, like these bits. They're too big. I don't think it's B either, because there's like a little dot here that isn't on the other one. So I'm just saying, eh?
Just leave it to me.
Cool.
Layton's apprentice strikes again.
Nice job, but not all puzzles are such a breeze. Anyway, let's keep moving for now. To be fair, that was one of the easier ones. That wasn't as many picker-outs, so that's not too galaxy brain. Oh, is everything all right, miss? I'm fine, thank you. Excuse me. Say, did she seem familiar to you at all, Professor? Yes, now that you mention it, something about her did seem rather familiar, as you say. Good day, sir. May I interest you in a refreshing beverage or a scrumptious snack? Sorry, miss, but we are currently searching for a small child. You seeing a young boy wandering around by himself in this carriage? Little boy, eh? Nope, sorry, mister, but that doesn't ring any bells. Ooh, what happened? Did he get lost on the train? Yes, unfortunately we haven't been able to track down the missing tot. You know, I probably shouldn't start vicious rumours, but... oh well, I've got nothing better to do. Do you know there's a weird old woman staying in this carriage? What if she kidnapped the little one and has stowed away in a room? I know it's probably not true, but what if? She's just so bizarre that I can't help wondering. I could get in trouble for speaking ill of passengers. Forget I said anything, okay? A strange old woman, eh? I wonder who she could be talking about. Your guess is as good as mine, Luke, but it certainly does make one wonder. Hello there, sonny boys! Ever get all knock-kneed and goosebumbly from terrifyingly hard puzzles? Well, have no fear, the beautiful and clairvoyant Granny Riddleton is here. Oh, stands before you, ready to help. Sorry, that usually rhymes when people write that. Just as I thought. Who else could this tiny house belong to? Hey, wait a second, what are you doing here? So you've heard of me, eh, Shorty? Good to know. I'm still a hit with the young'uns. Hey, Misaru, how are you doing today? What do you mean? Of course I've heard of you. We've met before, remember? Oh, no. I suspect you've got the wrong granny, boy. Never seen you before in my life. But you're here now, so that means you want to hear my spiel, right? Not really. Oh, no need to be so modest. Allow me to thank you for visiting by bestowing a little tidbits on your... Tidbits? Tidbits? Thought the word was tidbit. With a D. Not titbit. Of information upon you. My specialty, you see, is puzzles. You're doing good, that's good to hear. I'm doing well, thanks. Puzzles people forget about. Puzzles people miss. Pussy spot on, thank you. Surely you boys have had a few puzzles with those, eh? No need to turn red, it happens to the best of puzzlers. What I do, you see, is I take those poor lost little puzzles and invite them to come and stay with me. I imagine any puzzles you left behind have found their way to my shack as well, if you want to say hello. If the shack is empty, then you'll just have to get out there and find some more puzzles. Now why don't you take a peek inside to see what's there? And now to never speak to her again, because that's killed my voice already. Go on, let's do some missing puzzles. After trying to fold a strip of paper in half, you notice that one side of the folded strip is 1 centimeter longer than the other. Determined to get it right, you fold the strip again, only to discover that the other end of the folded strip is 1 centimeter longer than the other. Now you've made 2 folded creases in the strip. What is the distance in millimeters between the 2 creases? You think this was your favourite of the series? Ooh, I think I'm in for a treat then. You never tried the 3DS ones though, interesting. Alright. Millimeter. I feel like it's too simple to just say it's 10. It's 10 millimeters, 1 centimeter, go. But it's only worth 10 Picarats, so I feel like that could easily be the answer. Fuck it, we go. Millimeters. I've got that right, isn't it? 10 millimeters is a centimeter. Let me check on my tape measure. Maybe.
This should do the trick. A true gentleman leaves no puzzle unsolved.
That's right, the distance between creases is 1 centimeter or 10 millimeters. If you're having trouble visualizing this, imagine that the matchbox shown above has a height of 1 centimeter. Now imagine that one of the matchbox's sides was removed. It looks just like your folded strip of paper after being folded twice. The excess length of your folds is represented by the remaining side. Cool. I'm going to pretend that I totally understood that. And just go, yep. I never doubted it. A sour defeat. I missed the really easy ones, apparently, from the previous chapter. 2 men, known here as 1 and 2, are playing a strange game. First, both men put their empty pitchers on the table. Next, the judge brings a pitcher filled with vinegar and places it in either spot A or B. The judge then starts shifting the vinegar from one pitcher to any adjacent pitcher over and over. Moving the liquid 55 times, the owner of the vinegar-filled pitcher must down it in one. Ugh. If you were the judge and secretly wanted 2 to drink the vinegar, would you place the pitcher down in spot A or spot B? Yeah, exactly. Once you start getting to the hard ones, it's like, this is just too simple to be the right answer. Okay, so if you put it in spot A, moving it once would go to spot B, and I just want to make sure I'm actually getting it right, getting the understanding right. I think it is just A. I think so. I'm just gonna go for A. If you move it once.
Let's see if this
No.
works. Looks like I botched that one.
Normally, you might need some encouragement to try again at this point, but as there are only two possible answers to this problem, you now know the solution. Do try to work out the reasoning behind the solution before answering, though. Fair enough. Okay, well now I want to understand the working out. I think I understand what I got wrong. I think so. My thought was it just swapped from like A and B, so it would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. And because like, it would always be like, oh, if you put it on spot A, it would always go to number 2. But I think what it actually does is like, what? No, I'm still not entirely sure. I think it's like one. It's something like that. Puts it in either spot A or spot B. The judge then starts shifting vinegar from one picture to any adjacent picture over and over. After moving the liquid 55 times, the owner of the vinegar-filled picture must down it in one. So yeah, so it would go. So if you put it in spot A, it would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then so on and so forth until you get to 55. Okay. I get it now.
This works. Piece of cake.
This is where it explains it in a completely different manner. Nicely done. The vinegar changes pictures 55 times, which is an odd number of pours. Regardless of where you place your picture, whichever picture sits in the middle of the three will always contain the vinegar. Okay. So, you know, but be sure to play that game with your friends at... Well, you guys suppose you can't really play that. Don't go out and play it. Play it with whoever you're trapped at home with currently. Oh, who's this gentleman? Oh, a passenger. Sorry, sir, didn't mean to get in the way of you using the deck. No trouble at all, my good man. Take it you're not a passenger then. Nah, I'm just a mechanic, innit? I'll come along for the ride in case something goes belly up. But as you can see, she's sound as a pound. Makes my job dead easy. In fact, I've got so much free time lately, I made up a puzzle all by myself. How about it then? Surviving in the wild. After years of bad business, a zoo has finally run out of money to buy food for its animals. Bellies rumbling from days with no food, the animals make a plan to escape the zoo. After prizing open the rusty bars on their cages, all the animals attempt to find their way through the maze-like paths of the zoo to the exit. Touch the picture of each animal you think made it safely out of the zoo, and then touch submit to answer. Just remember, animals show their true colours in the wild. Okay. Go this way first, I guess. Right, so the lion definitely gets out. Now the bunny gets out, but I think the bunny then, that like last line is just like a, but the bunny dies, sort of thing. I feel like maybe that's it. Yeah. No, I didn't click any of them.
My theory. Oh, my. This one is quite formidable.
I thought it was going to be, oh, tap. Like write the number of how many you think make it out. I forgot it was tap the picture of the ones. So basically, none of them make it out. There we go.
Ha! Wonderful.
Can't believe I lost a few picker rats just to be daft. The only thing that will safely escape to freedom is the lion. While both the rabbit and the lion will make it as far as the path to the exit, the second the lion spots the rabbit, he's guaranteed to eat it. You don't know that. Making assumptions game. Blimey, you didn't half polish that one off quickly. Back to the drawing board for me. No signs of the lad in here. Yeah, just a quick snack on the way out. Ooh. Excuse me, sir, have you seen the little boy with the missing shoe crawling around? No, I don't believe so. Come to think of it, a couple who were just here were talking about a child. Interesting. Do you have any idea as to where we might find this couple now, my good man? You're right, it did mention they were all hungry. Yeah, he probably did eat it then. I believe they are staying in the fourth carriage, sir. I suggest paying them a visit. Wonderful suggestion, thank you for your assistance. Come along now, Luke, let's drop in on the couple in the fourth carriage. The Professor and Luke decide to drop in on the couple in the fourth carriage. Whoa there, young fellow, you're in the wrong room. My wife and I are staying here. We're dreadfully sorry to intrude, sir, but we are searching for a lost little one. Did you happen to see or hear anything pertaining to this? Oh, sweetie, I do believe they might be talking about that darling cutie pie that just passed by, remember? Oh yeah, yes. He was a cute one, he was. Very small and very clever looking, I'd say. So you did see Tom then? He's been missing a while now. I don't know whether he was a girl or a boy, truth be told. Tom's a right nice name, though. Ah, you're not by any chance related to Professor Oak, are you? Oh, pish posh, dear. I'll bet my best tea set up that it was a girl who passed by our room. Yes, now that you mention it, I had a feeling that this cat might have been a girl. But until you flip the thing on its back and get a good look, you can never be sure, can you? Now I'm all confuddled. I don't have the faintest idea who we're talking about anymore. What? I hate to say it, but it looks like this hot lead just turned cold, Professor. On the contrary, Luke, we may have just stumbled onto some extremely valuable information. What do you mean, Professor? You'll see. First, let's return to the scene of Tom's disappearance. The Professor and Luke decide to return to the site of Tom's disappearance. This narrator is just butting in a bit too much. Ah, Inspector. Tell me, are you any closer to uncovering the whereabouts of that missing child? You two are still flipping furniture trying to find that tyke, are you? I thought he meant like we are furniture. But no, he meant like turning, you know, overturning furniture, like moving furniture. You two are just flipping furniture. Do you mean to say that the child has been found? Oh no, not at all. It might be for people who just consider it maybe. No. Right, where am I going? Yeah, okay. Which is surprisingly calm. I guess, like, you know, you might have picked up the Professor Layton games just for all the puzzles, which I can kind of understand. I feel like you're missing out like a huge part of the game's charm, but I suppose you can do it. It feels like the sort of thing, if you want to do that, pick up like Brain Age or Big Brain Academy or something. What I'm saying is that the child is no longer on this train. I've asked everyone on board, but no one gave me an answer that suggested they'd seen the lad. This led me to the conclusion that the poor child either got off the train or fell off it. Fell off? Yes, it's entirely plausible given the way children love to run amok. When you combine that with their oversized heads, you've got a recipe for disaster. I'll contact the railway police at the next station, so feel free to give up on your search. Just a moment, Inspector. The windows on this train are very high and every exit is manned. Yeah, you could just watch me with the voiceover. Given the situation, don't you think it's unlikely a child could have made off the train unnoticed? Alright, I'll humour you. So tell me, Layton, where do you think this elusive ankle biter got off to? That I can't say, but something tells me that we may have been barking up the wrong tree. Oh, there's just no reasoning with you. Fine, keep playing detective. Nothing'll come of it, I'll tell you. What's on your mind, my boy? You look distracted. It's hard to put my finger on why, but I feel like someone has been watching us for a while. I think quite a few people have been watching you, Professor and Luke. You too, I've been feeling that same sensation myself. Do you think that somebody might be streaming us? It's certainly possible. Keep an eye out for anything unusual. Huh? This looks like one of Tom's shoes, doesn't it, Professor? It certainly does. This is strange, though. They're the same foot as the shoe the inspector gave us earlier. So it is. Oh ha ha! I called it. It's an animal. Aha! So then, Tom must be. Oh ho ho! Luke, I do believe we both made a faulty assumption. What exactly do you mean? Recall, for a moment, the events as they have unfolded thus far. Let's see. First, a tiny shoe was found on the floor. That's right, a shoe small enough for a baby. And then there was the cap we found in the kitchen, but it was lodged in such a tiny corner, I don't know how Tom could have squeezed in there. Correct. In order to get back there, Tom would have to be no more than half your size. I don't think I've seen any boys smaller than myself on the train, now that you mention it. That was my impression as well, which is why I began to consider a different line of thought. Luke, what if you and I have already seen Tom and didn't even know it? You see, all the while we've been searching for Tom, we've assumed that he's a small child. But what if that assumption proves false? What if we've been wrong from the start? I think I see what you're getting at, Professor. The second shoe was a left shoe, identical in every way to the shoe the inspector gave us. If that strange pair of shoes means what I think it does, then our friend Tom is... Tom's true identity. Professor Layton has a feeling that Tom may not be the kind of boy he was assumed to be. Move the L-shaped pieces around and arrange them into a plus shape in the middle of the board to reveal Tom's true identity. Oh boy, more sliding puzzles. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to do that. Sure. Get this though. Oh, understand. I can move the poor ones. See, it's a good thing I've got some people with brain cells in here. Because that would possibly took me an embarrassingly long amount of time to have thought of that. There we go.
Let's see if this works. That was almost too easy.
Maybe don't say that, Luke. Good work. Tom is a dog. Do you recall the girl we saw holding a small dog? I'm going to say no. No, I don't remember a girl holding a small dog. I suspect that small dog was our friend Tom. So if we track down that girl, we'll find Tom. Nope, another puzzle. The train journey. A number of people are on a train. At the first station the train pulls into, 1 out of 6 of the people on board get off. At the next station, 1 out of 5 of the remaining passengers get off. Oh yeah, 1/6 and 1/5. This pattern continues, so at the next station a quarter gets off, then a third, then half. Then at the final station, all remaining passengers get off the train. Assuming no one got on the train during the journey, what is the lowest number of people who could have been on the train when it set out? Right. Well, I feel like the way to do this is to work backwards. So, at the final station, all remaining passengers, let's assume that's just 1, put him in the corner. So then the previous station would have had double that, so then that's 2. Then a third, so 2, it would be 6. 24, I think? If we're just, I think we're just timesing them by the bottom number. And 5, that's... what is that? It's 5 times... no. 5 times... 120. This is where I'm completely way off. 120 times 6. 600... 720? That's a Z, but you know. Wow, I just can't write. It's definitely not that amount. So, okay, let's try that again. I'm going to write left to right then this time. Maybe that'll change. Right. So, final station, we'll assume there's one passenger left, gets off. So then the previous station, half of them get off, leaving only one. So then that's gotta be 2. At the previous station, a third of them get off, leaving only 2. What third would go to 2? Yeah, so it would have been 6 if it was 2/3 got off. But it wasn't. 2 is like the remaining. Alright, I guess I want to say 5. But then that can't get a whole. And if we're going by that, then the answer is just 1. There's a whole. Well, a sixth of the bloke couldn't have got off, you know. So maybe it's not that. Maybe we'll try from a higher number. We'll try writing properly. We'll try 2. So then that'll be 4. A third got off, leaving 4. Ah, then that's 6. Then a quarter got off, leaving 6. By the looks of it, it's just going up by 2 each time. Yeah. We've backed down a bit from 720. Oh shit.
Whoops, that wasn't right.
Think hard about the information you've been given and try again. This puzzle comes together quite easily once you've realised a certain simple principle. Oh, the puzzle's quite easy once you've figured out the answer. Is it? Shit, I hadn't noticed. So it's not 12. So are you sure it's not 12? 10. What's a sixth of 10? Hey hamburger, how are you doing today? Do you do every step right, especially after the 6th people leaving? I think I get what you mean. Think. I thought I got what you mean. And then I started to doubt myself. Well, I'm assuming the pattern it wants you to see is that, hey, it just goes up by 2 each time. And then, okay, so the station where a 6th get off. A station where a sixth of them get off. A number of trains are on a people. A number of people are on a train. At the first station the train pulls into, a 6th of the people on board get off. At the next station, 1/5 of the remaining passengers get off. This pattern continues to the next station. A quarter get off, then a third, then half. Then at the final station, all remaining passengers get off. Assuming no one got on the train during the journey, what is the lowest number of people who could have been on the train when it set out? Are we sure this isn't a trick question of 1 and just, ooh, a 6th of the person didn't leave? Because you can't have that. I don't know. If it is, I don't like that. I got it. It's just 6.
Let's see if this works. Piece of cake!
Hey Kira, how are you doing? Oh god. I mean, you just yelling at the screen with your bloody maths degree. Yeah, no, I like right before some people's like, hang on, if it's just 6, just one person gets off every time. This fella. Look at that, you've managed to solve at least 12 puzzles. I applaud you. Heartily. Can't see how I could dislike a couple of ardent puzzle solvers like yourself. Let's be pals, eh? Okay. Nope. Ah, he's blocking that way. Well, if it isn't the famous Mr. Layton dashing around like he knows something I don't. I was just about to head over to Babette's and inform her that her child is no longer on the train. Inspector, we are mere moments away from discovering Tom's location. Could I ask you to give us just a while longer to ponder on the situation? Don't want to face the truth, eh, Layton? Fine, since you're so intent on seeing as Babette is napping right now, I'll wait a little longer. The moment she wakes up though, I'm taking my findings to her, got it? You want to prove yourself right, bring the boy back before that. Understood. I plan to do just that, Inspector. They're like, oh, you know, you remember seeing that girl with the dog? I genuinely was just like, no, I really don't remember seeing a girl with a dog earlier. I just go in every room. Maybe someone's seen them. Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't be of more help to you. Nice talking with you though. Let me give you a puzzle for the road. Pass it on. 8 people are playing a communication game. This game, one player has to get their message across to 7 other people. It takes 1 minute to pass along the message, and each time the message is spoken, it can only have one recipient. Using these rules, what's the shortest amount of time required for the message to pass to all 7 other players? Yeah, in quick answer, 7 minutes. What, 7 minutes? 8 minutes? Something like that? It takes 1 minute to pass along the message, and each time the message is spoken, it can only have one recipient. Yeah. 7 minutes? I'm like confident in that answer, but I'm also confident in my unconfidence in confidence. I'm confident in my lack of confidence. That it's like, no, I've jumped into that too quickly. Surely there's going to be something to trip me up. Well, so that's the 8 people, yeah. So 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 4 minute, 5 minute, 6 minute, 7 minute. If it's not 7 minutes, then, you know, I'm sorry to have disappointed everybody.
And now to test my theory. Well, I suppose you...
Are you sure you're not being led astray by the word? That's exactly what I was thinking! In this game, one player has to get their message across to 7... Oh! I think I get it. So it's, you know, there's one person knows the message, but then he tells it, or they tell it to one other person. But then, they tell it to someone else. That takes a minute. But then that person can tell it to someone, and they tell it to someone. And then each other person tells it to one more person. So it only actually takes 3-4 minutes. Let me try that. I'll try again, but this time actually count in the minutes. So here's person 1. He tells it to one person, and that's a minute. Now each of those tell it to another person, and that's the second minute. And everyone then tells it to another person, and that's the third minute. Now if this isn't the
Should do
answer,
the trick.
good.
And there we have it.
Very nice. If the original messenger spreads the word as shown above, the game can be completed in 3 minutes. During that time, the original messenger can tell 3 people the message, and the people who hear the message within the first 2 minutes can go on to become messengers themselves. When an emergency arises, information networks structured in the above fashion can help get the word out the fastest. Very cool, I guess. Yes, 3, that's the answer. A pair of sharp ones, the 2 of you. I'm downright impressed. Still, don't get your hopes up about finding that little boy. He could be anywhere. Goodness, listen to my husband. Sometimes he can be a little negative without realizing it. I, for one, am cheering you on. Best of luck to finding that little one. You got a button part. Use it to rebuild the camera. Maybe I can check the kitchen again? Maybe? Maybe not. No. Look for a young lady with a small dog. Have you seen anyone fitting that description? Yeah, I remember seeing someone like that pass by. I think she was heading to the back of the train. Thank you very much. We'll just be on our way. Now hold her right there, top hat. I see how it is. Get old Growlsley to answer your question and scoot off without a word. Told you what you wanted to know, so the way I see it, you should at least lend a man a hand. I'm terribly sorry, sir. I didn't realize you required our help. How may we be of service? Well, let me give this puzzle because I love art, but maybe you'll have better luck with it than I've had. Fancy giving it a go? Oh, 30. A man on the train shows you a picture he's painted. Let's say this picture has the total area of 10. Can you work out how much of it is made up of clouds compared to the area that's made up of sky? Don't think you need to guess the answer. There's a definite method you can use to work this out. How much of the area is sky and how much of it is cloud? I don't know. It can be something to do with, like, you know, the squares or something. It could be something like that, I reckon. There's a definite method, Jesus. I want to do that again, but like slightly cleaner. He then proceeds to draw the exact same shittiness. Right. Well, so that's 10 areas. So that's the total area. So there's 2 areas that's made up of no cloud. No cloud whatsoever, so it can't be more than 8. Oh, hang on. Oh, I see. see it. If you notice, they sort of like slot together like jigsaw pieces. So like this little bit fits into there. That is kind of circled a little bit poorly, but you get the idea. So I think it becomes 4. Because I think they all slot in to become like that section. Oh shit, yeah. Wait. Am I supposed to simplify this, or... It can be simplified. Sky is... what would that be? 3 to 2. Assuming it wants us to simplify.
Consider this puzzle solved.
Okay, if it's punishing me for simplifying now,
My,
I'm going to be
this
upset,
one is quite
because in
formidable.
maths we were always told to simplify your ratios and your like fractions. So if I've lost some picarats for simplifying, I'll be, you know, sending a letter to somebody.
Consider this puzzle solved.
I'm mad. I'm mad. Prepare to receive a letter, someone. That's bullshit. They're the same answer. If that was in like a maths test, you would not get as many marks for putting 6-4 over 3-2. Dear Level 5 Games, I have a problem with your... When was this released? 2009 Nintendo DS video game, Professor Layton and Pandora's Box. So that's how you do it. You've got quite a head on your shoulders, don't you? Now, as for that girl you were asking about, she's probably on the observation deck behind me. Oi, you nicked a dog.
Excuse me.
Hey, it's you!
Yes, I had the sneaking suspicion that it was you who was tailing us.
Flora! What are you doing here?
I'm sorry. It's just... Well, you see, I just didn't want to be all alone again.
Professor?
What lies ahead could be dangerous.
Huh?
That's why you'll have to be extra careful. All right?
Yep.
She's a lot taller than I thought she'd be. That's like a weird observation, but I always assumed she was like the same age as Luke. Or like the same-ish age. So either she's just a very tall girl, or she's older than I was assuming. Is Flora the girl from the Curious Village? Spoilers for the Curious Village. Yes. Actually, is that spoilers? Maybe it isn't spoilers, I don't know. Flora is now travelling with you. Check who's travelling with you on the top screen. Flora is now travelling with you. I know. So inconsiderate. Her voice sounds different from what I remember. It's been almost a year since I've played the first one, so I don't remember her voice all that well. Because you don't hear it a lot in Curious Village. It could also just be like she changed voice actors in between games. Maybe they had different voice actors in different localizations. I don't know. Oh, it's a miracle. You're alright, my sweet little Tommy Wummy. I've missed you so much, my baby, my boy. Yip, yip. This is Tom. You're under the impression that you were searching for a boy, not a mutt with a fancy haircut. How dare you compare my darling Tommykins to some common street mongrel? Lost dogs are no mat of Scotland Yard. Next time he goes missing, find him yourself. Blimey, some folks haven't an ounce of sense. Come on, Barton, we've got real cases to solve. Yes sir, Inspector. Don't you walk away from me. I want to have a word with you about your atrocious manners. Well, enough of that. Welcome back, sweetie. Where did my little Tommykins run off to today? He's such a darling that I feared someone might have kidnapped him and held him for ransom. Maybe we should keep Flora's involvement in Tom's disappearance to ourselves. Good idea, my boy. Eep. I do believe a reward is in order. Here, I know it's quite generous, but I insist. You got a new hamster toy. Use this pet house to help your hamster get in shape. Cool. I hear we'll be making a stop in a quaint village by the name of Dropstone. How much longer until we're there, Professor? I'm not entirely sure. Why don't we rest until we get there? I should make the time pass faster. Turns out that Tom isn't a child as was originally thought, but rather Babette's pet dog. It seems that Babette's affection for Tom is so deep that she considers him to be much more than just a pet. Say, Flora, where have you been hiding all this time? Well, until I found that little dog, I'd just been relaxing in my room. Really? You've got your own room? Sure I do. It's the middle one in the third carriage. Wow, you do know why is he angry about this? You do know that's the room next to ours, don't you? You're just a wall away from us, and I never so much as suspected you were there. Seems that my powers of observation are rather rusty. Eek. My word. Why, has the train stopped? What's going on? Samuel, you dolt, what did you do this time? Hey, boss man, just chill out. There's a broken train, like, just sitting on the track. Until we can move that thing out of our way, we're not going anywhere, man. Get your rear in gear and move it now. I won't have your laziness tarnishing the voluntary brand. But, train to heaven, man, how am I supposed to move it? I will not hear excuses, especially not from a layabout conductor like you who barely earns his keep. I don't care how you do it, just get it done. Okay, I'll give it a shot, just turn it down a notch, unco. Unco? I might be your uncle, but I'm also president of this railway, and I demand you address me as such. Okay, alright, whatever you say, your majesty. What seems to be the problem here? Oh, sorry, Mr. Passenger. See, there's this giganto freight train parked on the tracks and it's blocking our way. Clearing the tracks is going to take some time, so sit back with something fizzy and wait. I see. Can I lend you a hand? For real? Oh, yeah, that'd be way helpful. Think you can find a way to move the train blocking the tracks so we can, get moving? Step aside now, we're not going anywhere until the train moves off the tracks. Until we get this train out of the way, the Voluntary Express ain't going nowhere. Train swap. Swap the position to the two trains along the tracks. I said that like the carrying on sentence. No, swap the positions of the two trains along the tracks. Move the carriages one at a time to make sure that the numbers by the side of the track match the numbers in each carriage.
And now to test my theory.
Apparently I just mega brained that one. That's right, now hurry back to the train. It's behind schedule as it is. Hopefully we should be aiming up to... We should... Oops, that puzzle took away my ability to speak. Hopefully we should now be able to continue on our journey. Looks like we're good to go. Just give me a sec and we'll be up and running again. We're finally moving again. Shouldn't be too much longer before we arrive in Dropstone. I wonder if we'll find any useful information there. I hope so. Got a round part. Puzzle sent to Granny Riddleton's shack. Luke's big dinner. Stacked glasses. The shoe shop sheaf. The shoe shop thief. Yes, I'd love to save my progress. I mean, just looking at the save file, one of the previous players didn't do quite well because they were on like 2 hours and they only got 12 puzzles in. As a bit spooky, bit ominous for a countryside town. Boom! The train's looking pretty trash, so we're stopping here for repairs. We got at least 3 hours till we'll be ready to roll, so why don't you catch the local sites? A capital idea. Besides, who knows what information we might stumble upon in the village. Oh, fancy seeing you laddies out and about. Me, they booted me off the train until they fix it. If you're after a few puzzles to pass the time, just take a peek inside my shack of wonders. I'll be here until I can get back on the train, so just come by if you get to hankering for a puzzle. I'm sure we'll encounter many more puzzles. Well, Mr. Layton, how are you enjoying your time here in Dropstone? Delightful. Every once in a while, it's nice to leave the city and enjoy the countryside. The air is so fresh and clean. It must be nice to live here all the time. I'm so jealous. And so you should be, young man. There's something about this place that makes you feel like a new man. And with the village celebrating its 50th anniversary today, our timing couldn't be better. Come to think of it, your Voluntary Express turned 50 this year, didn't it? Quite the coincidence. Yes, indeed it is. Sheer coincidence, of course. Still, it could have been fun to have a double anniversary celebration here at the festival. Well, we already have a grand 50th anniversary celebration planned in an exclusive venue in London. Oh, is that so? Well, I'm sure your party will be on par with the excellence of your train. It will, and on that note, I'm afraid I'll have to excuse myself. Good day to you, Mr. Layton. Good day to you, Mr. Beluga. Aye, it's already a year since she passed away. Time truly does fly by. She? Who do you think he was talking about, Professor? I haven't the slightest idea, Luke. Someone dead. We could assume that much. Oh, and who do we have here? Visitors from out of town? Indeed we are. We are travelling on the Voluntary Express, but we stopped here for repairs. You're here for repairs. There's only one place you could be headed, am I right? Only one place we could be headed? What do you mean, sir? Oh, I was just thinking out loud. Yep, talking to myself. Forget about it. Here, did you notice the festival that's going on today here in Dropstone? Today marks the 50th year since the founding of our village. Make sure you get in on the fun. Wow, look at all the stuff there is to do. I've never been to a festival before. It's wonderful. Oh, that's right, Flora. I'd forgotten you grew up in that one little village. What a curious village that was. Well, now's your chance to make up for lost time. Let's explore. Yes, let's. Where should we go first? Oh, let's go look at that booth over there. I want to see what they've got. Wait for me. Ha ha ha. You two watch where you're running or you're liable to crash into something. Man, that dude got a lovely set of chompers on him. We're doing some top secret festival prep back here, so you can't come in yet, okay? Okay. What are all these arrows for? Oh, it's a fairground game. Hey there, Squirts. Try a hand at this game of mine. I'll tell you what, since business is so slow right now, the first try is on me. Gosh, really, mister? Come on, Flora, we can try together. Which arrow? A bag of sweets dangles from one of the 3 arrows attached to the wall. Assuming that all 3 arrows are perfectly straight, which arrow is connected to the sweets? Do I have anything? Let's see if I can like perfectly. You can't see, but I'm using a tape measure to measure the straightness. Well, okay, my immediate assumption was B. Yeah, was B. But again, that feels almost too... I don't know, too obvious. But that looks right to me, you know? Assuming the arrows are perfectly straight. I mean, maybe it could be C? Yeah? No, now I'm convinced it's C. I'm gonna go C. I know my mind was saying B, but I feel like that...
Let's see if this works.
Okay. Well, now my mind's saying B.
Oops, that wasn't right.
No, I thought B was the trap, I'll be honest. Like, I thought, oh yeah, they're doing that, but I thought they were doing it with B.
Let's see if this works. Layton's apprentice strikes again.
Nicely done, Shorty. Here's a little something for that fine performance. Really? Gosh, thank you. How are you coming along with that camera, anyway? There's a camera pass at the top of the touchscreen to enlarge them. Once in this area, drag the selected part around to place it inside the camera's body. Control the orientation and position of parts within the camera by using the stylus. Touch the center of a part and drag it to move it around. Which is a part by touching. Yeah, my mind has gone blank. Well, they said there were 10 parts, so... Okay, well, you can easily just say, I don't have the stuff for that at the moment. I don't know if I'm gonna get this right, but I feel like I have to.
Next around here, don't hold out on me.
Okay. I don't think she's gonna get it. I still think I need more pieces.
I'm tired.
I don't like the fact that they gave this hamster a voice. Yeah. I still need more pieces to get that, I think. He ate the house. There's no reason he's such a chunky lad. Hey there, fellas. I'm in a real bind here. Help an old gal out, will ya? What seems to be the problem, madam? My sweet little bird fell down a hole in the ground. I want to help the poor thing, but I just can't reach her. Do you have any ideas? I believe there's something we can try. Really thin arms. Oh no, Laurel's poor little bird has fallen down a long and winding hole in the ground. In front of the bird are 3 paths labelled A, B and C. Which tunnel should the bird take in order to make it back above ground? What?
This should do the trick. A true gentleman leaves no puzzle unsolved.
Very nice. The bird can safely escape her underground confines by following tunnel B. Any other tunnel will lead her to her deeper underground or into the mouth of a very hungry snake. There's my little birdie. I was worried she'd be stuck down there forever. Wish I had some way of thanking you properly. Oh, I know. You can have this tea set and these lovely herbs. Take 'em, I insist. The tea set minigame has been added to the trunk. You got the ingredient oasis leaf, briskberry, citronia seed. Touch this, the tea set. Touch the trunk icon, then touch the tea set icon. The tea set allows you to mix and brew a variety of herbal teas. Add multiple measures of a herb to increase that herb's effect on the tea. Okay, but what's the intent of them? Combine the ingredients you gather to make a variety of delectable teas. Tea ingredients currently in possession can be found in the boxes shown on the touchscreen. Touch an ingredient to learn its name and the properties it can give your tea. When you're ready to make tea, touch the ingredients you want to use and drag them into the teapot. You need to put 3 measures in the teapot before you can start brewing your tea. Keep in mind that you can use more than 1 measure of the same herb in your concoctions. Once you put the 3rd ingredient in your teapot, the lid next to it will start to wiggle. Place the lid on top of the teapot to start brewing your tea. If your creation turns out well, it will be added to your list of tea recipes. You can check your list of recipes at any time by touching Tea Time. While viewing your list of teas, touch a teacup to see that tea's name and characteristics. Once you find the tea you'd like to serve, touch serve to pour a cup for anyone who's thirsty. There are 12 recipes in all. Try to discover as many as you can. They're sure to come in handy. Okay. Refreshing and purifying, great for the skin, revitalizing and restoring. I have no idea what I'm doing. I just love how sweet this tea. It's a bit too sweet for me, but I understand why so many children enjoy it. I think I could drink a whole pot of this stuff by myself. Just watch me. Ha ha ha! You've got quite the sweet tooth, Luke. Just try not to drink too fast. A tea loved by women and children. Refreshing sweetness is the secret of its popularity. Let's just try and find the combinations and stuff. The tea was no good, what a pity. This is just terrible. Sorry, Professor, I don't think I can choke down another sip. That's quite alright, Luke. No one should ever feel obliged to doing something as rank as this tea. Oh, I love that someone as verbose as Professor Layton just goes, that's rank. Everything looked good going in. I wonder where you went wrong. Try one of everything. Citrus Classic. Oh, it's a little sour and a little sweet. Yum. I certainly have to tip my hat to this tea's drinkability. I imagined it would be delicious iced as well. Yep, and since it's nice and light, I'm sure just about anyone would be happy to have a cup. Yes, I myself in particular partial to its lovely fruity aftertaste. Classic tea with the added twist of citronia seed. Special ingredient gives you unique flavour. It's such a weird thing, but I kind of love it. Yeah, it's just character interactions, which is neat. I don't think I've been here. Oh, I definitely haven't seen this guy. Gracious, the weather couldn't be finer for celebrating Dropstone's fancied 50th. My memory's not what it used to be, but you're not from around here, are you? Waiting for the train? How do I know, you ask? Well, this isn't the first time it's happened. As fancy as that train is, it must be in rotten shape. Chin up, Sonny! More often than not, the train gets fixed in a few hours. But with the festival and all, there's plenty to see and do here in the meantime. Thank you for the information. If I could trouble you for a moment, though, I'd like to ask about a relic known as the Elysian Box. Oh shit, we're finally getting back to this. I thought this was Professor Layton and his lovely train journey. You may also know it as Pandora's Box. Oh dear me! Oh dear me! I've never heard of the dreadful thing. Never, you hear? Well, I'm not sure if I want to talk to you anymore. To be frank, I was in high spirits till you came along. Now I'm grumpier than a cat in the rain. If you want to prove you're sorry for ruining my day, solve this here puzzle. World's best golfer. Tiger Woods, go! That's like the only actual golfer I know the name of. So. A pro golfer has the amazing ability to consistently putt distances of 3, 5, 7, and 11 meters. Strangely enough though, those are the only distances he can putt. Currently, our golfer stands on the green with his ball 20 meters up from the hole. So what's the fewest number of strokes he can use to get the ball into the hole? Assume that if the ball is hit further than the distance remaining to the hole, it will roll over to the other side without going into the cup. Okay. So obviously you first start with an 11. If he hits another 11, that would be what? 22. So it would go over. I go over to 2 though, so that's not quite what you want. Though you could then add a 3 and then a 5. Well, it would be taking away a 5, but you know what I mean. So what? That would be 4 shots. I feel like there's a way to do it in just 3. You get the 11. I don't know why I joined up the 11s. You go 7, that's 18. That 5 is 16. Can't do that. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's for the lowest amount. So this whole game is a mind game. What about some other numbers? Maybe if we didn't go for the 11 straight away. Sometimes this happens with Professor Layton puzzles. It's like you get like oh, this is a pretty good number, but it's like, but what if there's a lower number? Think outside the box. Don't look at the image. I mean, I'm mostly looking at the words at the moment. Yeah, all I can think of is 4 shots. I can't seem to think of a way to do it in fewer. Keep in mind he's a pro golfer, he can do a lot. Oh gosh. Strangely enough, though, those are the only distances he can put. Okay, well, okay. So for a second, I was thinking, well, maybe then it's like, oh, he can put at 20, you know, or like, you know, he got it in 1 in a kind of stroke of luck sort of thing. But no, strangely enough, those are the only distances he can put. Makes me think, no. I want to put 4, but I'm worried that it's not right. I'm doing it. I'm putting 4. I think he's gonna be wrong now.
Solved.
Yep.
Oh, my. This one is quite formidable.
You give a big hint, but kind of gives away. I'm alright, but thank you for checking first. I know how tempting it can be if you know the answer to, you know, help, but, you know. The main appeal of a puzzle game is to do it yourself, so. But as I said, I appreciate people asking first to give hints. Yeah. It's always much nicer to have someone go, oh, do you want me to give you a hint, rather than just giving me a hint. Is it just going to be 1? Is the answer going to be 1? And it's just like, haha, he can actually do it in 1 and he's very good. I feel like if that's the thing, that's the only way you can interpret that as.
Consider this puzzle solved.
Apparently not.
Well, I suppose you can't win them all.
This one says 20, but you don't necessarily need to use it 20 meters. Okay, well now I am just thinking the answer's been 3, but because it's like, you can get it to just under 20 meters in 3. I suppose you could get it to just under, no, you could get it to just under 20 with 2. With the 11 and the 7. You get 18. Is that enough to consider it, you know, is that close enough to be like, yeah, go on? And now I just feel like I'm filling in the gaps now.
Consider this puzzle solved. A true gentleman leaves no puzzle unsolved.
Good job. If our friend shoots the pro golfer, if our friend shoots the pro golfer, this whole puzzle is a moot point. So our friend the pro golfer puts 2 diagonal shots. Oh, fuck off. He can sink the ball in 2 shots. No one ever said the golfer had to put directly towards the hole, did they? Sure, in order to sink the putt using the method shown above, he'd need to calculate the angle of each shot perfectly, but that's probably why they call him pro. You fucking piece of shit game. That's the ticket, very nice. You've got a good head on those shoulders, Sonny. Mind you, you'd need to wear that hat. You'd need one to wear that hat. Oh, it was like, wasn't he going to tell us something? Like, no, he did. He decided he wasn't going to tell us anything. Look at all these stalls. Now that's what I call a festival. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not even just a picture, you know. You assume in golf, just standardly, you know, you're going to shoot for the hole. Oh, I just love all the hustle and bustle. They're so wonderful. Shall we take in some more of the plaza sights then? Definitely. They decide to take in some more of the plaza sights. Sob, sniffle. Parting with one so dear to your heart is even more painful than the tightest wig. When she was a child, I used to read to her until she fell asleep. She looked just like an angel. Oh, nothing cuts so deep as separation's knife. Cripes, I don't know about that. I've never really given it much thought. Oh, fret not. I wasn't expecting one as young as yourself to fully understand my malaise. Remind me, I'll just excuse myself now. Do you think he just got dumped? Actually, he seemed sad in a different way, didn't he? Best not to pry too deeply into the private affairs of others, Luke. It's not becoming of a gentleman. You're right, Professor. Yeah, hey fellows, a pleasure to meet you. My name's Albert, and I am Beautiful Dropstone's #1 fan. I heard you've been running around Dropstone asking questions, but you haven't talked to me yet. If you solve this puzzle, then I, the king of Dropstone trivia, will answer your questions. The Boys Club. Below is a wheel of male and female portraits. Select a portrait and, counting that portrait as 1, move 6 portraits either clockwise or counterclockwise and cross out the last of these 6 portraits. Repeat this pattern starting from the next available portrait and always moving in the same direction. Remember to skip the ones you crossed out. If you start at the right portrait, you can remove all the women in the wheel, leaving only the 6 portraits of men left behind. Which portrait is it? Circle your answer. Remember, you can move clockwise or anti-clockwise. My brain is hurting just from the explanation of the puzzle. Later portrait, counting that portrait as 1, move 6 portraits either clockwise or anti-clockwise. Okay. Now I'm assuming that you have to move in the same direction for that. You can then like go back on yourself, as it were, but you have to keep going in the same direction. So you wouldn't be able to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sort of thing. You'd have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But then you could then go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That sort of thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, the thing I don't. Repeat this pattern starting from the next available portrait and always moving in the same direction. Okay. Two, 3, 6. Six. Okay, well, assuming I've gotten this right, it's just a top bloke.
This should do the trick.
It's not the top bloke.
Well, I suppose you can't win them all.
Yeah, that's what I wasn't sure about and was thinking about. So no, you have to keep going the same direction for the whole of it, not just that 1 to 6. Oh, it also doesn't actually say that you have to start with a male portrait, so you can start with anyone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope. 4, 5, 6. Nope. 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 Oh, shit, who was I on? I don't remember if I was on this person or that person. I was on that person. Right, now who was that again? I think it was this person. No. No. Just do that there so I can know who it is. Yeah.
And now to test my theory.
Yay!
Ha! Wonderful.
The expertly solved. Oh, it gave me chills. It really did. Okay, ask away. If you've got any questions about the village or its history, I'm your man. It's slightly off topic, but do you know anything about a relic known as the Elysian Box? You may have heard people referring to it as Pandora's Box as well. It's hard to believe, but you've gone beyond my area of expertise. I've never heard of the thing. What I can tell you is that older people in this village jump at the very mention of the supernatural. From what I gather, it seems they have some connection to the village in its days of its founding. Unfortunately, that's all the info I can really give you on that subject. Sorry to let you down. There's some more stalls over the other way. Let's see what kind of stuff they've got going on. Okay. Don't go over there, I guess. Or specifically, go this way. Wow, look at those gigantic cow balloons. It looks like the villagers are setting up for the livestock competition. Livestock competition? That sounds like fun. Yes, I'd certainly like to see the competition myself, but it doesn't appear quite ready to start yet. While we're waiting, can we go see more of the village? Certainly, we can return later when the competition commences. Yay! I never forget a face, and I don't know any of yours. You must have come on the Voluntary Express. Since you're new in town, let me clue you in on a few key facts about Dropstone. I know you're interested, so don't act all bashful and reserved on my account. Listen, if only you know one name in Dropstone, make it sure it's Mr. Anderson's. Not only is the man swimming in money, but he basically runs Dropstone. But he's a top bloke who treats everyone with respect, even the postman. That'd be me, by the way. You can do a lot about a man by the way he treats his local postie, but even nice guys like him have troubles. I hear he spends all his time worrying about his daughter. That reminds me, I just saw a pair of unusual characters head up towards Mr. Anderson's house. They said they were policemen from London, but something about them seemed awfully fishy to me. 2 people, huh? Are you referring to Inspector Chalmy and his assistant? Tell me, you say? That sounds right. He said he was here on official police business and needed to see Mr. Anderson. Do you think there's a connection between this Mr. Anderson and the Elysian Box, Professor? Well, it seems that Mr. Anderson serves as the head of this community. It's only natural that he'd know about who and what passes through this area. He's a big fish, alright. He's a big fish. He's not a person, he's a fish. You're bang on the money about that. I mean, even the owner of the Voluntary Express stops in to pay him a visit when he's in town. Yes, I bet those 2 officers have been waited on like kings at Mr. Anderson's as we speak. But enough chit-chat. We've got a festival going on now, so go and have some fun. Greetings. I don't think I've seen you around these parts before. May I ask your name? Of course, my name is Herschel Layton, Professor of Archaeology at Gressenheller University. Charmed, sir. Welcome to Dropstone, Professor Layton. See, she calls him Professor Layton. What a lovely person. My name is Dorothea. Dorothea? Just Dorothy? I don't know. And I'm a maid in the service of Anderson family. Tell me, what brings you to our humble village? My companions and I are after an artifact known as the Elysian Box. Have you heard that name before? Can't say I have. But the Master is quite knowledgeable about curiosities such as that. The Master, madam? Oh yes, excuse my thoughtlessness. I keep forgetting you're new here. You see, I'd venture there's not a single resident of our village who doesn't know Mr. Anderson. I see. Well, if it's possible, we'd be very grateful for an audience with Mr. Anderson. Normally, I'd say he'd be glad to receive you, but lately he's been preoccupied with his daughter. I don't mean to pry, but has there been some issue between Mr. Anderson and his daughter? Well, yes, just between you and me. You, me, and the wall. His daughter has been secretly planning a trip alone. Secretly planning a trip alone? I hope she's not planning to run away. What's worse, as the Master has started to suspect something is going on behind his back. But after much discussion, we servants have decided to give her a warm send-off. So you're in support of allowing this girl to go off on her own. Why is that? Because the purpose of the trip is to fulfill the wishes of the young lady mistress's late grandmother. I see. May I inquire as to what those wishes might have been? Well, I myself have only heard scraps of the story from other people, so I can't say much. But whatever the request, it's one that the young mistress seems to feel is extremely important. Oh, look at that. Here I am gossiping away when there's supper to prepare. Please excuse me, Professor Layton. I need to get back to work. Oh, wait a second. Brats, she's gone. Is it just me, Professor, or does it sound like Mr. Anderson's daughter is planning to leave home? If she is, doesn't it seem strange to you that the family servants are cheering her on? Yes, very. And think about the consequences should Mr. Anderson find out what's going on. The servants must have a truly solid reason if they've resolved to keep a secret like this. What could it possibly be? I'm getting the feeling Dropstone isn't as ordinary as it looks. You're not the only one, Luke. But enough speculation. Let's go and explore more of the village. Okay, Professor. Oh, I thought that'd be like a little on the mysteries list. Hey there, I'm a world traveler, but I'm stuck here until I can score a ticket on the Voluntary Express. Now I was hoping for a freebie, so I told Mr. Beluga one of my puzzles to break the ice. And unfortunately for me, he got all hot under the collar when he couldn't solve it. Here, maybe you'll have better luck with it. Oh god. What rotten luck. While trying to pick up your luggage, you find that your bag is at the very back of the pile. The porter unloading the luggage claims the other boxes in the hold have prevented him from unloading yours. Use your wits to move all the blocks out of the way and reclaim your luggage. One of these ones again. So that one was a lot easier and much nicer.
A true gentleman leaves no puzzle unsolved.
You're a clever lot, aren't you? With people like you around, maybe we might actually solve the mystery of the Voluntary Express. People say that the train occasionally makes a stop at a phantom town on no map. Could just be a wild rumor, though. Who knows? An uncharted town? Wow, I wonder if that's true. And that's not going to pop up on our thing either? I suppose that one's already kind of is. It's unlike where's the destination of the train? Wow, look at the size of that mountain. I bet I could get lost in there. Oh, go on then. It is impressive to say the least. I'm sure that massive manor belongs to Mr. Anderson. So that's where Inspector Chelmy and his assistant went, right? I'd like to see this place for myself. Can we go and take a look? No, for now I think our best course of action is to gather what information we can in the village. Besides, I imagine the Andersons already have their hands full with their current guests. I should do it. Good afternoon. What are you doing there, sir? Me? Oh, I'm just doing a little fishing in this here lake. Sounds like a lot of work. Have you had much luck? Actually, that's a good question. Now that I think about it, how many have I managed to catch today? A large net has been cast out in a pond to catch some fish. The pond's surface is small, but it's actually wider underwater. I think you'd find the word is deeper. Suppose it's sunken down, no longer visible from the surface, assuming that there are no tears in the net and that the whole rim of the net is constructed of a single length of rope that ends on the shore. How many of the fish visible in the pond will be caught when the net is pulled up? I don't know. Gonna like fill in the gaps. And then you should be able to count the fish inside the net. 1, 2, 7, I'm thinking. Yeah.
Here goes.
Nice.
Piece of cake.
That's right. To solve this puzzle, you needed to imagine how the unseen parts of the net connect, which should look something like the illustration above. As you can see, the net will catch a total of 7 fish. Yay! I've already forgot what these guys sound like. Woohoo, what a haul. Tonight I feast like a king. Who's this fella? Professor, I think this chap here fell asleep standing up. Judging by his uniform, he must be a security guard. I said you'd have to prove him sleeping on the job. Oh, well, you'd fucking hate me then, Professor. I'm fucking yawning all over the shop. Confirm identity by solving this puzzle, okay. The 3 loops of rope are tangled together with a single red rope that has been tied in a very loose knot. Can you work out how many of the smaller loops of rope would get caught in this knot when the red rope is pulled tight from both ends? I said all of that and not a single word was retained. It is almost 11:30. And the problem is I still won't fall asleep for another 4 hours or so. So it's embarrassing to be tired now. Remember, even if a loop passes through the knotted part of the red rope now, it might fall away when the red rope is tightened. What? 3 loops of a rope are tangled together with a single red rope that has been tied in a very loose knot. Can you work out how many of the smaller loops of rope would get caught in this knot when the red rope is pulled tight? I'm gonna say not blue. Yes, I think green should. I think yellow as well.
This should do the trick.
No.
Well, I suppose you can't win them all.
I still don't think. Well, you know what? I'm not even sure I've got the wording on the question right, to be honest.
Consider this puzzle solved. Well, I suppose that's one possibility eliminated.
Well, I refuse to believe it's 3, so I'm gonna go down.
And now to test my theory. A true gentleman leaves no puzzle unsolved.
Oh shit, Chelmey's here. Oh, it's Inspector Chelmey. Well, look who it is. Hello, Inspector. Are you returning from the Anderson estate? I don't know where you get your information, Layton, but you're as sly as a fox. As a matter of fact, I did just come from there, but Mr. Anderson himself wasn't home. Seems he was off presiding over some livestock competition or other. A likely story, I'm sure. I'm curious, have you found a connection between Mr. Anderson and the case you're investigating? Not that it's any of your business, but perhaps you could be of help. I heard rumours that he had tried to find this Elysian box in the past, so I went to talk to him. But when I got to the house, the butler told me he wasn't home and that I should leave at once. Could you believe it? Mind you, I wouldn't be just surprised if he was just pretending not to be at home. I went out of my way to go up and see the man. The least he could do is offer me a cuppa. But why would Mr. Anderson be interested in the Elysian box in the first place? It's anyone's guessing. We won't know it more until we can ask him in person. In that case, I suppose we should head over to the livestock competition Mr. Anderson is judging. Fine. Let this barren shit roll around in the mud with his precious cows. I shall be elsewhere. As far as I'm concerned, the whole thing's nothing more than a frivolous distraction for the rich. I can only assume his obsession with the box stemmed from the excess of time and money on his hands. If you see anything that might help this investigation, report it straight to me away, you hear? We're always happy to cooperate, Inspector. Now please excuse us. Fine, off you go. Come along, Barton, we've got work to do. Oh, yes, sir. Oh, all right, we better hurry back to the competition grounds. I don't know if that was the same voice I gave Barton as earlier, because I know he had like maybe one line of dialogue earlier. Go on, who's this fella? Oh boy, I'm in a tight spot. I wanted to make a clean cut in this board, but I botched it right up. It's pretty much useless as it is. Can you think of a way to turn the pieces into a solid square? Here we have an oddly shaped board. Since this board is rather unwieldy as it is, you've decided to cut it into two pieces and rejoin these pieces to form a square. Assuming you aren't allowed to flip either of the pieces over once the board is cut, where should you make the cut in order to make a square out of the pieces? I don't know how many lines I'm allowed to go. It makes it sound like I can only do like one cut, but oh no, you can't do only one cut. You have to do multiple. If that. Move that there. Yeah.
This should do the trick. A true gentleman leaves no puzzle unsolved.
Woohoo! That did the trick. Thanks. Now I can finally get back to building that shed. My goodness, look at this place. Whoa, we made it back in time to catch the competition. You saw a way more complicated solution. I wonder if they'd allowed it if it still worked. If we've been informed correctly, Mr. Anderson is judging the entries. So he should be somewhere around here, right? Brain so good it's bad. Indeed, I wonder which of the gentlemen walking around here is our man. Uh-oh, it looks like two men over there are getting pretty hot under the collar about something. I wonder what the matter is. Just look at that mangy hide. Anyone with two eyes can see that's no bovine of mine. I know what's going on here. Someone swapped my prize cow with this low-class heifer. Heifer? Heifer? I don't fucking know. Well, what do you want me to do about it? Can you at least point out which cow is yours? How do you expect me to do that? Oh dear, this is going to get ugly. What's wrong, mister? This fella here seems convinced someone swapped his prize cow for another cow. I'm telling you, that ain't no cow of mine. My girl was perfect from horns to tail. See what I mean? There's just no convincing him. Can't start the contest with him carrying on, but I don't know how we can clear the situation up. I'll take care of this. The cows are sure to know if any monkey business has gone on. Monkeys? I thought we were dealing with cows. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Excuse me ladies, can you help us out here? I see. Did you find anything of use? I certainly did. If I had to sum up our conversation, it'd go something like this. Misinformation? Ah! 5 cows are grazing at the festival. 2 of them are true moo cows, a breed that only tells the truth. The other 3 are no way cows, a different variety that always lies. Use the following statements from each cow to work out which cows are liars. Touch a letter to mark it with an X. Right. D is a no way, I promise. Oh no, C isn't a true moo cow. A ain't a no way cow, no way. E's a no way cow if I've ever seen one. B's definitely not a true moo. Right. Okay. Sounds legit. I can't believe Luke had this whole conversation with these cows. Okay. Well, let's start at A, I guess. So A says D is a no way. So if D is a no way, that means they're lying about E being a no way, which means E is a true moo, which means they're telling the truth about B being a... They're telling the truth about B being a no way. It's hurting my head just from these words alone. Right. So, okay, right. Start from the beginning. I'll mark it on the things. So we'll assume A is telling the truth, which means D is a liar. So if D is a liar, that means E is telling the truth. If E is telling the truth, that means B is a liar. And if B is a liar, that means C. B isn't lying. That means C's lying. Which means A C's. But that now doesn't add up, because C, if A was telling the truth, then C would be telling the truth about A. Now let's start with that. With A as a liar, which would mean C was a liar, means B would be telling the truth, means E is telling the truth, E is a liar, which means D was telling the truth, and that would mean A was lying. So A, C and E are the liars.
Just leave it to me.
There we go.
Piece of cake.
That's right, cows A, C and E are no ways. You assume each cow to be a no way or a true moo and run through each of the cow's statements. You'll eventually realise that the only one time there can be 3 no ways is if they are A, C and E. It looks like these two ladies swapped places while waiting for the competition to start. So just looking at it and it's completely out of it. I think it switched from B is a liar to B is telling the truth on my first assumption. Oh. Well, it somehow worked out for me. The reason the second one was right is because the problem said 3 oh. Well, yeah, that worked out very nicely for someone who wasn't reading. He didn't read it all properly. You kind of got the working out wrong, but you got the problem in the end, so... Oh, you betcha. Look at that bell, that lustrous sheen, that soulful gaze. That's my cow, no doubt. So everything's okay then? Better than okay, kid. With my darling back, I'm a shoo-in for that blue ribbon. Thanks. Well, Luke, you certainly have a way with animals. Ah, it's nothing really. Hee hee. Look over there, you two. They're about to announce the winner. And the winner of this year's Dropstone Dairy Crown is... this guy. Oscar's show-stopping bovine beauty, Mootilda. Hold on now, you mean to tell me my sweet behemoth didn't take first place? You shouldn't have swapped your cow back, Clabber. If you kept quiet, you'd be the winner, eh? I was robbed! Robbed! The competition must have been rigged! Rigged, I tell you! To think he went through all that trouble to get his cow back and ended up losing because of it. Yes, I suppose it goes to show that things don't always go as planned in life. Right you are, Professor. Say, shouldn't Mr. Anderson be around here now? It's going to take some effort to find him in a crowd this dense. Let's look around a bit. Hey there, fellows. I haven't seen you round these parts before. I heard you chatting about Mr. Anderson and thought to myself, hey, I can help. Here, I'll point him out. Who is Mr. Anderson? I just saw Mr. Anderson around here a minute ago. Shouldn't be too hard to spot with that beard and hat. Yep, he's a real gentleman. And he's always smart with his cane and that dapper little bow tie. Oh, and he doesn't wear glasses in case you're wondering. Look, there he is now. Using the clues in the above statement, can you find and circle Mr. Anderson in the crowd? Okay, he's got a hat and a cane and a beard. And a little tie. I like that this one is just here as like a complete bamboozle. Not even really a bamboozle, it's just... So far, I'm thinking this guy. But I mean... I don't know. Because the guy above him also has a bow tie, and a hat, and a beard. And he doesn't seem to be wearing glasses. But you can't see glasses on the other guy either. They both have a cane. But again, it also fits the description of this guy. Because this guy also has a hat, a beard. Oh no, because you can't see a bow tie on him, so I suppose we'll say no on that one. I mean, I guess we'll go with this guy because he's looking more dapper than the guy who's losing his hat.
This should do the trick. Well, I suppose you can't win them all.
Too bad. Think harder and do it again. That beard and hat. Oh no, he doesn't have a beard, he just has a mustache. Ah. Fell victim to pedantics.
This puzzle solved. And there we have it.
Good eye. It looks like the wind tried to carry off Mr. Anderson's hat. Good day, sir. I'm searching for one Mr. Anderson. Might you be him? The one and only, my friend! And with whom do I have the pleasure of speaking? The name is Herschel Layton. My friends and I have come to this fine place in search of the Elysian box. Thought a man of influence such as yourself might be able to offer us some direction. The Elysian box, you say? Why would you want to go chasing after a thing like that? I take it you are familiar with it. Familiar? No, I've heard the rumors, of course, and I know it's referred to as Pandora's box. I believe my dear mother once searched for the very box of which you speak. Interesting. Please elaborate. Well, my birth mother died when I was very young. The mother I speak of is actually my mother-in-law, Sophia. She founded this village way back when. The kindest soul I've ever met. Sharp, too. I married into her family, but she treated me like her own flesh and blood. Since I never knew my own mother, I suppose it would be fair to call Sophia my real mother. Even after my wife passed away, Sophia continued to treat me as one of her own. Sophia looked high and low for that box, but she could never find what she was looking for. So she made efforts of her own to search for it? Fascinating. Tell me, where might Sophia be now? She left us last year. In her last days, she spent a lot of time holed up in her room, writing. Sadly, I never found out why she was so intent on getting her hands on that box. I see. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you. Well, my mother may have known something about the subject, but she's gone now. Well, get out the Ouija board! Now you know as much as I do. I regret that I couldn't be of more help to you, sir. Not at all, Mr. Anderson. I've learned a great deal from our conversation. You have my thanks. Oh, one thing before you go, Mr. Layton. Please take a look around you. I've covered the whole town in puzzles! These picturesque hills, these happy people, Dropstone has been blessed with so much. Sophia built this place from scratch into a village full of warmth and camaraderie. Dropstone must never be allowed to wither and die like so many other villages. After all, this place owes its current prosperity to the many sacrifices she made. Now, forgive my ramblings. Once I start talking, I sometimes have trouble stopping. Enjoy your time in Dropstone and be well. Good day. Looks like that was another dead-end lead. Oh, I wouldn't say that, Luke. Bust out the Ouija board. It would appear this village is inextricably linked to the Elysian box. I also find Mr. Anderson's choice of words interesting. I wonder what he meant by sacrifices. Well, that is something for us to ponder later. For now, let's make our way to the station. Alright, Professor. The place is positively crawling with people, isn't it? Careful, Flora. If you don't watch where you're going, you're likely to run right into someone. Oops, sorry. This is also new to me that I forget to pay attention to where I'm going. Understandable. After all, this is quite different to what you're used to. Wow, Flora, you certainly seem to be excited. Just don't stand around gawking for too long, we might accidentally leave you behind. Foreshadowing? Wow, what's that? Oh, and look, there's another one over there. Huh? Professor? Luke? Where did you two go? Foreshadowing for 2 seconds in the future. It's not foreshadowing, that's just shadowing. Oh no, Professor Luke. I am Luke. Yes, you are. Oh dear. We must have become separated in the crowd back then. Let's retrace our steps. It's going to be awfully hard to find her with all these people about. Now, where could that girl have gone off to? Phew. Flora, where did you run off to? Sorry, there were so many people that I must have lost you. I turned to look at something and before I knew it, you two were gone. Well, I'm relieved that you found your way back to us. With so many people around, who knows how long it could have taken us to find you. I'll be more careful from now on, I promise. Although, you know, I heard a few interesting things while I was wandering around over there. Oh, what did you hear? That a man named Romy was asking around after the Elysian box. We can track him down, maybe he can tell us something we don't know. I heard from one person that he's been wandering around near the station. That is interesting news. Let's head to the station and see if we can find this Romy. Good on you, Flora. That's some top-notch intelligence you've gathered up there. I must admit I was skeptical at first, but you really know how to communicate with those cows. Everyone's been busting their buns to get Dropstone ready for today's festivities. Thank goodness you saved the day. It would have been a massive mess if that spark back there ruined the celebration. Yep, everyone's been working like mad. I spent all day yesterday making flags. I'll put them up too, and while I worked, I thought up a puzzle. You want to hear it, right? All these people, I just feel a change in their voices. I have no idea on the consistency of any of these characters. You have a pristine white flag that you want to dye into 3 sections as shown below. You have 3 dyes. No 2 adjacent sections of the flag can be the same colour. Each section can only be one colour, and you can't change the number or size of these sections. If you aren't allowed to mix ties, how many distinct flag designs are possible? So A, B, 6. A, B, C. That's 1. B, A, C. That's 2. A, B, 3. Four. C, B, A. That's 5. So far. A, B, A. A, C, A. B, A, B. B, C, B. B, C. C, A, C. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 11. I'm trying to think if there are any more I could possibly do. Don't think so. Let's go for 11.
Here goes.
Nope.
Well, I'm stumped.
Give the puzzle another try. Okay. It's probably including if you just leave one as well, I reckon. That's like my best guess. Is it's also including any patterns that you can incorporate white into. So what, we're already on 11 with no white. And A, B, C, W. For the 3, so 3 for, well, I feel like it can't be that because now it's like, man, this is getting too many. How am I supposed to be counting these? You know? Four. $32. Let's try that.
Let's see if this works.
Nope.
Well, I'm stumped.
No adjacent sections of the flag can be the same colour. Each section can only be one colour and you can't change the number or sizes of these sections. If you aren't allowed to mix the dyes, how many distinct flag designs are possible? Okay. My writing just gets slowly worse and worse. $12 maybe? Instead of 11? Did I like miss one earlier?
Let's see if this
No.
works. Well, I'm stumped.
I'll try that method again, but again with the whites. I may have got the number wrong the first time, I don't know. Yes, just write the same ones over and over again, that'll help. That's 15, so that's 26 so far. Twenty-six, 35.
Just leave it to me.
I genuinely have no idea then,
That was
and
right.
unless I'm like I've got the right idea, but I'm just going down the wrong maths, then I don't know. Yeah, there's the right first puzzle. We're leaving. I just don't get what they want me to do for that one. Below are houses A, B, C, and D, each of which is a different colour. Decipher each house's colour from the following clues. The red house is closer to the pine tree than the blue house. The yellow house is closer to the lake than the green house. The green house is closer to the power lines than the blue house. D is either yellow, blue, or green. Change the colour of each house by touching it with the stylus. Right, so all we know is D isn't red. That's what we know for definite. The red house is closer to the pine tree than the blue house. So, you think I had the right idea? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think I had the right idea, but I must have just kept missing something out or getting like some maths wrong at some point. But I don't know. Right. So D can't be red. If the red house is closer to the pine tree, then it can only be the blue house. It can only be either C or B. The yellow house is closer to the lake than the greenhouse. The greenhouse. Since there are 4 colours which can be interchanged, hence it will be divisible over 4. I'd say. I guess if I go back then, maybe 36, considering I got to 35. I must have just like either miscounted or like gotten like missed one out. Well, maybe I'll try that. I'll just after I finish this one, I'll just go back to that guy and go, "Is it 36?" And if he goes, "No," I'll just go, "Never mind then." Right. So D can't be red or blue, I think. It can't be red because we know it can't be red. It can't be blue because the red house is closer to the pine tree than the blue house. And since that is the closest one to the pine tree, it can't be red. So it can't be blue because it can't be closer to any of the other to the pine tree. That's blue. So D is either green or yellow. Yellow house is closer to the lake than the greenhouse. And the greenhouse is closer to the power line than the blue house. Well, if it were the yellow house, then presumably I don't know where I was going with that. Then presumably something. See, I'm kind of like giving off the impression I'm thinking, but truthfully, I don't actually think any thinking is happening. Like, it's just complete empty thoughts, nothing. I'm like thinking about thinking. Alright, so you've got to either be Y or G, yellow or green. Greenhouse is closer to the power lines than the blue house. Okay, well it can't be the greenhouse then, because D is the furthest away from the power lines. So I guess that means D is the yellow house. The yellow house is closer to the lake than the greenhouse. The only one that I can kind of see being not as close to the lake as A, but that isn't exactly, like, I wouldn't, like, say that with confidence. The red house is closer to the pine tree than the blue house, which means that's the red house, and no, that's the red house and that's the blue house. I think that's right.
This should do the trick.
Cool.
And there we have it.
This is one of those puzzles where you need to use the given conditions to deduce the answer. Cool. Or you, is it 36?
Let's see how this works.
One off.
Piece of cake.
Sharp thinking. Once you incorporate the white colour of the unpainted flag into your decisions, you actually have 4 colours you can work with. If you assign a colour to the left section of the flag and list all design possibles, you get a total of 9 variations. Multiply this by 4, which represents the number of colours at your disposal. You get the answer, 36 variations. Yay! No, that was a shit puzzle. Fuck you. Oh, Mr. Layton, do you have a moment? Certainly, how may I be of assistance? It seems you've done a great deal of investigating today. Tell me, during the course of your inquiries, you didn't hear anything about my daughter, did you? Your daughter, sir? Yes, Katya. You see, she hardly ever comes home since her grandmother Sophia passed away. Sophia and my daughter were very close, so her death came as a great shock to Katya. If you should see her, would you please tell her that her father wishes she'd come home? A fine gentleman such as yourself delivers the message. She just might listen. Unfortunately, our train is leaving soon, so I may not be able to be much help at all. Katya is our only child. She means everything to me, and I'd be forever in your debt if you could help me. I wonder what kind of person this Katya is. Your guess is as good as mine, but judging from her family and upbringing, I imagine she's both beautiful and refined. Steady on, Professor! Are you the person I'm looking for? Yes, you are. Oh yeah, that thing. People say it kills whoever manages to prise open its lid. Pandora's box, they call it. I found about it during the course of my travels, but that box isn't what I'm really after. Well then, if I may be so bold as to ask, what are you looking for, sir? A phantom town that's nowhere to be found on any map. A place only the chosen may visit. The way in, I hear, is on the Voluntary Express. That train and its many mysteries have been the subject of my research for years. From what I can tell, this artifact you're after, this Elysian box, is also tied to that town. Wow, so when can we set out for it? How do we get there? Yeah, that's the one detail I haven't managed to pin down yet. Maybe you whisper a password when you're on the train and then whoosh, the track goes in a new direction. Anyway, it's probably just something like that. I'll just have to keep searching until I find a way in. Interesting, thanks for your time. Professor, did you hear that? I think we finally got a new lead on the Elysian box. It's a bit early to celebrate, but it looks like our journey on the Voluntary Express isn't over yet. Alright, you two, let's start making our way back towards the station. Okay, Professor. Yow, you've got at least 30 puzzles under your belt. Who's the rock star now? Yes, I've got 35 under my belt. How's that festival treating you, dudes? Pretty righteous, huh? This train isn't ready to move quite yet, so while you're waiting, I'll lay this sweet puzzle on you. Sammy has 8 chains with 7 links each. What is he, fucking Run DMC? He wants to connect all these chains to make a necklace. The jeweler says that it will cost £2 each time he opens and closes a single link. As shown below, Sammy could open one end of each chain of each of the 8 chains to make one long necklace. However, that would cost £16, and the truth is there's a cheaper way to get the same result. Using the cheapest method possible, how much would it cost to make the necklace? That's 1, 2. No, that's. Can't say I have any idea. I genuinely have no idea where to even start with this one. I genuinely have no, like, I'm just sitting here trying to rack my brains. It's like, nope, nothing is happening. Just like it's just like two gears going in the opposite direction, just chunk, chunk, chunk. They're just no, absolute nothing is happening inside my head right now. You've already figured out / remembered the answer. Like, this is weird. Like, I'm genuinely not even getting like anything. I'm just like, not even a bad idea. I'm just getting not even a single thought. I mean, maybe you could like put them all on like one chain. It's not gonna make a very good necklace if, you know, if you just go like open that one up and then just put like all of them on there and then close it like that. Because all that is you've got like a necklace like that big and just a bunch of things coming off of it. It's a bunch of chains coming off of it. It's not a very good necklace. But it'll only cost you £4. So open that one. Wait, open this. Put this one. Put all these chains in. Including that one. And then close it on the other side. Yeah. That's all I can think of. That's the only thing I'm getting. And that would just be opening up that one chain. I think so, yeah. I'm not confident in this. With good reason.
Well.
Fuck up! Why is it always like the ones I find difficult? It doesn't actually give you a hint. It just says, go on, have another go. Go on, get that brain juice flowing. It's like, no, fuck off, give me a hint. To get the same result, okay. You've got to get the same result. I wonder if it's going to be something about, like, opening up and closing the same one to, like, take ones off, I suppose. So maybe if I try what I was doing originally again, we open that up and you put all these on. Whoops. Clear that, make it somehow clearer. So you're gonna close that, and then yeah, you gotta get the same result. No, even like, even the kind of way I think I was thinking, it's just, it's a line of thinking that I don't know if I'll even be able to continue. These get too confusing. So open this, put this on. But what if you also put these on? And then what? Right, complete guess, but what if it's just... Oh, it's cheaper. What about if it's £8? No.
Well.
There you go, stop
I
guessing.
suppose you can't win them all.
Really think outside the box. No, I like boxes. I want to stay in my box where it's nice to think in here. Time he opens and closes a single link. Okay, if you connected for... That's one chain. So you had 1, 2, 3, 4. That's only cost you 1. So then that's probably more than you actually have. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, no, that's way more than you even have. I don't like this puzzle, in case you can't tell. It's spoiling my brain. It's like anytime I try to do any thinking, my brain just stops and just goes, no. No. It just grinds to a halt immediately. I really don't like this puzzle. And I'm worried that this is like everyone's just sitting watching going, this is fucking easy, dude. What is wrong with you? Also, right, I know you can put as many as you want in the same link before or without closing it. It's just I don't know what you're supposed to do with that. Well, thank you for claiming it's hard, even if that's a lie, just to make me feel better. You're not even sure you've got the optimal answer. Also, it's the cheapest possible method. So, you know, so hey, if I get fed up with the puzzle, I can just count down from 16 by 2. And eventually the right answer will come. I'm not going to do that, because, you know, that's kind of against the point of puzzle games, I suppose. But, you know. Like, you don't solve a Sudoku by just filling in every number until you get, there you go, you've done it. Yeah, I've already. What have I tried? Well, I think I've tried 4 and 8. I'm just thinking back to the story of like, oh, he's giving me this puzzle while we're waiting for the train to be ready. It's like, dude, you could have given me this puzzle when like we first stopped, and by the time I'd be done with it, the train would be fucking off at the destination. Am I supposed to like connect all of them to like one bit? So if this is like chain 1, I've somehow drawn that at a bad angle. You know, am I then supposed to go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 off of it? That's just going to be confusing now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then with the idea that like, yeah, not do that, but then like you open and close it at the end, so that like you put them on the end of one. So here's like the first chain with the end. You put them on, and then like the last thing is you open that chain to like take them all off, and then get the actual necklace. You don't get what I mean. Okay, so it says it's £2 each time you open and close a link. So you like open the link. That's the link open, and you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then you close it, and then you do. Wouldn't that be 2 open and closes for each one? Man, I don't know. If I knew the answer, we wouldn't be here anymore. And then you do some magic, and then when you're done, you open it back up and take them all off. And then you have to... like, that was kind of my point. It's like I didn't know what like the middle step was to get to where you take it off at the end, and then it's all a chain. As in, if you have to open and close the same ones again later, you probably spend 2... Yeah, but I don't know. Fuck it, just spend your 16 quid. Stop being so frugal. Well, right. I gotta abandon this idea of putting them on the same. I'm gonna abandon this idea of having a brain. It's clearly not working out for me. The visuals they give sort of helped you. I feel like I did something with that prison. I am just so unbelievably bad at this one. Adam, if you're still here, this puzzle is getting a rusty anchor out of 10 for me. This is getting full maximum rusty anchor points. This is just... I don't get it, and it's frustrating me now. I'm irritating myself. Imagine opening clip, don't use where it comes from. What? Yeah, I do have hints. I don't know what. I feel like I'm acting like I'm above using hints, but it's like, well, I use hints in my Curious Village playthrough. don't use it where it comes from, where else can you put it? What? Oh fuck it, I'm buying a hint. Number of links in each small chain is a crucial clue that will help you solve the puzzle. Not helpful. You haven't only been opening the link. You fucking. That's probably made things worse because now it's opened up a whole new list of possibilities that I have no idea what I'm supposed to even do with. I hate this because then hint 3 is just always just solve the puzzle for me. And it is super helpful, but I don't. How many? 8 chains with 7 links each. Is it just 7 then? Is it just the answer is you can do it 7 times and... Like, I'm at a point of stubbornness now where I want to understand what the fuck the solution is, but I just can't for the life of me. Like, even if I just put the number down, I won't understand it. I won't understand why that is the answer. Consider why the number of links in each is important. Because that's going to be the answer. Except obviously it won't be 7 because it's, you know, each link will cost £2, so it'll be 14. But you know what I mean. Maybe, I don't know. At this point, I will blame no one if they don't understand what I mean. I'm just putting 14 because I don't get anything.
This should do the trick.
I don't get it. I'm sorry, I don't get it. I don't understand it. I fucking bet you it goes, oh, but it's easy now that you know. And it's like, no, I don't get it. Score. Take one of Sammy's 7 link chains, break them each link apart, and use them to connect the remaining small chains together as shown in the illustration. Sam uses this method, he can get the necklace of his dream for only £14. Just spend the extra £2, you frugal prick. The Voluntary Express is back in business, baby. Get ready to ride, folks. Hey, you guys better hurry back to your seats, because this train is ready to rock. Yeah, that's a lot that I missed. That's loads that I missed.
Hmm?
Thank you so much. Hmm?
What's going on over there?
I believe we may have stumbled upon Mr. Anderson's dear daughter.
That's a cracking send-off she's having.
Considering the size of the party, I doubt she's just going on holiday.
Katia is the only daughter of Dropster's most influential man, Mr. Anderson, and has boarded the Voluntary Express. Several villagers came to see her off, yet she travels alone. Where is Katia headed, and why is she making the journey there by herself? Right, I don't know if... it will just allow us to put a stop here. So we may redo this bit at the beginning of the next Professor Layton stream. I just can't stop thinking about this phantom town we heard. Could the rumors be true? Well, the next stop on the sign is the perfectly normal town of Luxembourg. Well then, how do we get to the phantom town? That's an excellent question, but I don't have the answer, Luke. If the Momentary Express does indeed head for parts unknown, the crew will know something about it. Right, well, let's save that one more time and call that it for a night. So thank you all for watching. I feel like I need to apologise for anyone who may have just been yelling at the screen at me during that last puzzle. I don't know what happened. The brain rot fully set in. But thank you for watching. Next stream might be tomorrow, actually. I think I might be busy Friday, so we'll be back tomorrow, hopefully, with some Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. We'll be continuing that. So yeah, if that interests you, we'll be here pretty much same time, hopefully tomorrow. If you missed any of the streams, or if you're new and you don't know, I've got a YouTube archive channel now called The Uber Archive, where you can watch all of my previous streams, they all the way back to last year, on YouTube. You can also, however, if you want to, watch them here on Twitch by going to my highlights. So yeah, thank you all for watching, I appreciate it as always, and hopefully I'll see you next time. Bye bye.